Welcome on in, everybody. Hello, Rusty. Hello, Kiwi. Hello, Pixels. Hello, we're scrolling. Oh, hello, Spider. Hello, Hoalian. Hello, Flame. And hello, Fruit Bat. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Thank you all for the check-ins. Let me turn the music down a bit. I didn't realize it was so loud. Let me give Kiwi Goblin Bukes the little grubby hat. I think that's everyone. Fruit Bat also has one. Let me see. I want to put it in the little leaderboard. There you go. Hey, yo, how is everybody doing? I hope you're all doing okay. Hope you're all doing well. Let me switch over. I got pho again. Fuck yeah. Hope that's delicious. Hello, Rusty. Hello. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. Pretty productive morning so far. Let me switch over this and then go here. And today we have a good amount of stuff to do. But let me. Yum yum yum. Okay, I think that's everything. Oh, let me click it this way. Hi, everybody. There we go. All right, we're all good for today. And then I just want to open. Oh, it's. Where's my paragraph? We also today was able to get, thanks to our roommate, we were able to get a Hightail. So we'll be trying that game out today. I was very torn on it, and then they were like, but you should try it because I have it and I want to test the limitations of a server. So I was like, okay. Okay. And they're like, please, just, I'll buy it for you. And I was like, okay. So now we're gonna try it today. What's up, Gore? Welcome on in. Did I not fix all these? Oh, I might have forgotten. Cook bacon for the first time? I did. I've never cooked bacon before, but today I woke up, the house smells like bacon, and I was like, fuck me, I want some bacon. And we had bought like the Costco fucking size of bacon, so I was like, we gotta dig into this guy. So I started digging in, and I made a pound of bacon for the house. And now we have bacon. But it's really good, and I like bacon. And it wasn't too bad. I made it in the oven. I cooked it in the oven. For say, the Star Suzuki is really nice. Thank you. Yeah, it's one of the first arts that we ever got commissioned, and then I got it animated. And I like it a lot. I really like it Hightail, but the last time I bought an early access game, it never got that's what I'm saying. That's why I was like on the fence. I was like, I don't know, dude. I don't know if I'll get it. I don't know, it just, like, I'd rather, like, Minecraft's already out, I already have Minecraft, and I like it already, so, like, meh, but they wanted me to play it, so I will at the very least try it out today, after we get work done. What? That's fine. Okay, so today I gotta go into this. I gotta check if there's any comments. Most of them are bots from Twitter that I have to just ignore. Could have gone my whole life without doing this every day because now I feel like I just don't like it. Because now I just feel it. I don't like it. But I have opened your third eye. No. But yeah, it's okay. I'll be everybody's guinea pig. Didn't understand a single thing, but thanks. 10 out of 10 gold stars for you. Himself. Look at all these. This one is a bot. This is a bot. Hello, Stripes. Thank you for the check-in. Soft gray squishy ball. You think should be mine. It's me. I am Squishy Ball. What the fuck, Knuckles in his prime? Echidna. I forgot that Knuckles was an echidna. Gonna be honest, the first time I saw this, I thought it was. It's a great comparison. Hey Elaine, hope your day's going great. It's going pretty good. Going pretty good. Kind of my brain's just kind of waking up, but we're doing great. Let's see. Is there any other way to play this? In the water. She says this. God. Okay. Why does this actually work? About brain remember? Oh my God! It's Swalla. Hi. Remember? Then any other part of body remember? Okie dokie. How are you? You having a good day? All right, now I gotta plan the videos. Ooh, boo boo. I downloaded all of these, and then this is today. And I don't know if this will be updated. Let me refresh this. Yeah. Cool. My double Mass fell asleep at 2 p.m. and woke up at 10 p.m. It's so over. A rip. Well, guess who you're gonna hang out with all night long? Me. But if you are tired at any point, feel free to get some sleep. It's okay, bud. It happens to us all. It happens to us all. If I didn't have stream to keep me in line, I'd do the same damn thing. Yeah, actually, in college, I used to do that. Yeah, don't sound so sad. Come on. It's not that bad here. Hi, Star. Hi. Happy Monday. It's not so bad here. And besides, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Yeah, you better be. You better be. Oh, in college, I used to wake up at 8 a.m. and stay awake till no. I'd go to bed at 5 p.m. I think wake up at like 7 a.m. and then just be awake. It was really weird. It was a really weird shift that I did in college. Because my mom wanted me up at a certain time, but college wanted me to be up at a different time. So I was just up at weird ass hours. Turn the lights off. Alright, who do we got for this week? I did this one. I don't want to do Dead Sun Prime. One time I did sleep out. Sometimes you just don't sleep. Sometimes sleeping just don't exist. Okay, let's see. I think I want to do Dead Sun Prime for this V highlight. And then we need someone for other things. Let me look. I have this list, but oh, Abyssnail? Is Abyssnail? Did they do stuff recently? I feel like I looked up Abbas nails before, and then I was like, I don't. The snail VTuber. Unless when the past comes back to life. I gotta go on TikTok. Worth it every time. Snail VTuber girl. No, this one. This one. What person drowning you? Was working on a Choco Santa practice 3D model, but Kelvin said he won't call. Oh, I mean, we can't deny Kelvin, man. That's how it be. Also, this person makes art. Fuck damn it. God damn it. I still kind of want to do a snail, so we're gonna look up Abbas snail. Oh, you my remedy. Abbas snail. I don't really have a. Huh? Who? What is happening? I remember this person because Vex added them, I think, one time. This person. But they don't really have stuff. This is so weird. Oh, I thought they did. Okay. A pleasant month. They're doing stuff right now. Wait, what about Shaunacorn? Oh my god, they're playing Look Outside. That's so cool. Let me see. How do I do Shaunacorn? Memes, VODs, and shorts, highlights. Yeah, I think I want to do Shaunacorn. You have the piece of me. What's the content list? Yeah, I like this one. Platypuses are ticklish. Is this true? Only male powers ministers friendly pending off issues. Hi, Reno! Fun fact about platypus. A unique laying man. Duckbills. Don't they glow? Glow? Don't they glow in the dark? Yeah, they glow. Okay. Platypus. Glow in the dark. Okay. I'm not gonna write any of these yet, I think, because I have other things that I'd like to do. We can talk about Hightail today, though. I don't know. I want to play it, and then I'll decide. What other games have we been playing? I did Valheim. I did. I don't know what other game to do. Do you have any on Keymailer? I forgot to check if we have any on Keymailer because I haven't really done Keymailer specific one. What was the question? If there is any games that are fun to talk about. I should pin this. I haven't really done Keymailer recently because when I found out they don't tag shit properly, it pissed me the fuck off. And it just broke my heart a little bit. Cause like, I don't know. They just don't always do the thing that I wanted to do. I don't know if I want to do any of these. The tank game is always the funny one because the community keeps leaking. Are you talking about World of Tanks? I've got Steam on here so it doesn't log me out. Oh, Heartopia is a new one. I think people have been really enjoying. But I don't know. I feel bad because, like, I don't have some of these games, but I just want to talk about them because I think it'd be fun. On Together Virtual Co-working. We'll talk about that one. No, War Thunder. Oh, got it. See, I'll talk about that one once they give me a sponsorship. They got the money. I know they do. There you go. We'll talk about this one. Yeah, and then Vibe and Shine episode 56. 56. Actually, no, we should do these first because then when Kiwi comes back, he can look them over and then be like, "Oh yeah, these are good or not." And then I can what the fuck do you call it? Then I can work on my other work stuff for actual work. Yes, I would love to know a fun fact that you learned. Lay it on me, brother. Dead Sun Prime. Alright, about. Oh, wife is playing Marvel Rivals. Wait, let me lurk. I want to lurk in my wife's chat. Hold on. Stop. I'm not pinning. I'm pissing myself off. Oh my god. Love you, queen. Have a great stream. Cool. Love me what she wants to hold me. Do you know that the material rubber was actually made after the British word for pencil eraser? Not the... Really? Pencil erasers came first? Wow, I didn't know. Okay. Pencil erasers came first. The rubber material. Interesting. I used to be a big star. I made games so destroyed me as it destroyed my life. In the times before ours, before the universe from the darkest depths of the abyssal plains, slowly out a creature both ancient and mysterious. Its limitless tendrils wriggle and grasp upon knowledge forbidden to mortal minds. He slowly creeps through the endless realities and cultures, looking for friends and fun and tasty food. Wow, that's very cool. I like that a lot, actually. In a time before ours, before the universe, from the darkest depths of the abyssal plane, comes one of the most creative 3D VTubers around. It's why in other countries rubber is some called gum. Oh, because of the gum. It's the gum of a rubber. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. That actually makes a lot more sense. Also, I don't know if you've ever seen the video of like the like how it's made video for erasers, but I always wanted to eat erasers because of that. But then I remember the rubbery texture and then I go, "Bleh." Okay. Just can't. Yeah. Hold on. I'll show you. Yeah, I'll show you the most tab. Like, hold on. I'll show you how it's made erasers. Yeah. This is how it's actually made. But like, this part. I used to want to eat snow when I was a kid because of the smell. Never did because I had sense. Yeah, exactly. It's not this part. Hold on. It's this part. Look at how smooth it is. It looks so good. It looks so good, and then I remember that it probably tastes like a fucking tire, and then I get sad. But like, look. It just looks nice. It looks like bubble gum. Chewing gum, yeah, no, yeah, it looks like bubble gum. I've never wanted to eat something I shouldn't. I feel like I'm missing out. Honestly, I feel like you're not because the problem for me is like I want to eat it, but then I remember like what the texture would probably be like, and then I become sad because that shit's disgusting. So instead, you just find it unappealing. You don't get the disappointment of realizing that it's probably gonna taste like trash. Like, look at it. And then they cut it into eraser shape. And now I don't want to eat it anymore. Because now it just looks like a rubber. Oh, I remember the blue side of erasers were like for ink. And they used to make blue ones. I like the white erasers though. Those ones are nice. Okay. Shadow. Oh, I do need the Twitter shit. I was like, I don't need this Twitter page anymore, but I do. I need an image. Days come by so uniformly. Determined for me. The blue side is new to me. Yeah, like why are erasers pink and blue? I'm pretty sure the blue side. Yeah, so the blue side. Oh, okay, not ink. Okay, well, okay, it wasn't for ink, but it has more grit to it. It's not as like a smooth rubber, so it's for like I guess harder pencil marks. I like this. This is like a little fact sheet about them. That's cute. Yeah, they used to. I feel like they don't really do this anymore because it doesn't really make sense. But I think most people use the like the Mars plastic ones. They don't, or Artgum. I feel like these kind of like pink and blues aren't really used anymore. Forbidden gummy, dude. These shits, I loved erasers that look like these, but like I never got them because they were so expensive. But like I love the way they look, but they erase like shit. They just smear the graphite on your paper. They don't actually erase. Days go by so. Yeah, they were so fun, but they erased really bad. I really liked my really big eraser for really big mistakes. I had one of those, but like I don't know why, but with the one I had, it dried out really quickly, so I never really used it. It just dried out, and I was like, okay, well, whatever. I got to use it like once I think. I want a picture of Dead Sun. Mine was fine for years. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe mine was just like a really cheap one. That might be why. And then I lost it. No! That's so unfortunate. What's this? Oh. This is actually a really cool piece of art. But it kind of doesn't match the VTuber as much. So I think I just want an image of the VTuber. Oh. I don't want to bug him for a picture.
The hundreds.
Oh, he's got like irises. I didn't notice that. Oh, that's cute. I'm gonna screen cap that because I am a little lazy. I know he doesn't take art commissions, but he makes games, and I feel like that in and of itself makes him an artist enough, so. I feel like all game devs to a degree are artists. When I say I need to do good on my upcoming minor, I mean I'm studying for I was Jesus, are you okay? Like I understand that you have to crunch, but please remember that like you need to take care of yourself and that like you should definitely like get a break. You know, eat food, stretch, and get a little bit of a treat for yourself cuz you've been studying so hard. Oh, look at that. That's so cute. And then we take the Twitch pronunciation because I like the Twitch one more. I did after the study. Okay, good. I would be so worried if you were a Deb. Also, what the fuck is the hotkey for him? Oh, I need to turn hotkeys on. Ah, I need to go to the other computer. I need to go to my streaming computer. Because I don't remember what hotkey. Hockey? Hotkey. I don't remember what thing it is. Hockey? What? What is it? What is it? Please, keyboard. Oh my edges. Hi, Shadow. There we go. I need to update my PRF. If it wants to open. Wait tomorrow. That's not what I wanted to do. That's okay. Hi Lynn, how are you? I'm doing good. How are you? Where's BLT stuff? Let me go back. Okay, Control Alt. Why is it not working? There it is. Oh fuck, it's too wide. Oh man. I'll have to fix it. Oh, put your arms down. I wanted to give him a cute little hat. Cancel. I'm okay. Upset stomach, so I got honey toast to eat. Ooh, honey toast sounds nice. Sorry your stomach hurts though. Aw, his horns clip out of it. Fuck. Maybe I can scoot the horns in a little bit. Sensitive like you. Let's see. Export. Go. Items. BLTV4. This one. Wait, you need to correct the misunderstanding of mine? I've heard enough power scale lane to Kaido. Wait, what is the to what hockey is? Were you not just confused as to what hockey? I don't know what hockey is. If you want to explain, I don't know. I said hotkey, so I figured it was just oh fuck. No, my affinity correct. Ah, how to reload it? Fuck. Put your arms down, boy. By the way, you're not putting. I don't know. Am I? I don't know. Am I? Am I? I might have learned what Chopper's backstory was yesterday. Did you know I learned Ray has a husband? Did you know that? Or has a boyfriend at the very least, I think. But yeah, you know, she's got a boy. No, she doesn't. Bro, I literally watched a TikTok the other day about it. Do not. I passed 9 at 9 from the exhaustion of 13 hours of studying at my computer science yesterday. I'm doing just fine after another 8 hours today. Okay, as long as you're getting rest, cuz like Pookie, don't make me. I will. I'll fucking fight you. I'll knock you the fuck out so you knock the fuck out. Now you don't understand, Elaine. Oh, okay. No, I get it. No, I get it. He does this. She doesn't. She's single. She's so single. You are so right. I'm sorry. I fucked up. She is so single, dude. Fuck, you're so right. Settings, appearance. She does not. Yeah, no, you're so right. I totally must have been watching another content creator, you know? Haki is the power system on what? Really? I'm not that far yet. I'm not that far yet. We're on, what episode are we on? I'll check it 1 second. Okay. What episode are we on? Oh, I'm not logged in on this one. We're in season 2. We're going to Alabasta. Alabasta Island. Document export. That's to me. I need you to have me. As my husband. Selection only. Export. Oh, baby. Where the hell is my husband? Let's see. This one's. That's funny. 69. Oh, maybe I should have done a. Maybe I should have Gemini's been 69. God damn it. Oh, well. Oh, are you watching the live action? No. We're watching the anime. But we're, like, just starting the anime. Like, I don't know how long we've been watching it for. But no, we're watching the anime, my guy. We're gonna be here for a hot while. I watch it every Sunday in chat. If I'm not tired, But season 1 only just ended. Yeah, but we're watching the anime, dude. See, every Sunday, we have a One Piece watch party where we watch a few. By the time I'm playing D&D as a player again, I'm probably not going to have my masters. I'm probably gonna have my dude. That's how it is, though. That's how it is. Every time I feel like like I like there's a break from D&D and then you play it again, everyone's life has fucking changed. Only just ended. What do you swallow? What are you talking about? The anime is like 1,000 episodes. There's no way what season would be 1,000 episodes. That would be monstrous. I've been DMing for a long time. That's fair. When did you start, Spider? Like, when was your, like, did you start in high school? I think I started in high school. Push my 3D. Let me tell you. I have to admit you all my questions. Dead Sun Prime. Anytime before our universe. Oh, what thing do they have? They do. Let's see, Twitter, YouTube, Patreon. Twitter, Twitch, Patreon. They've recently shifted from weekly releases to 2 seasons a year, 24 episodes a year, I believe, to allow higher quality episodes and better pacing. So they finished the episodic time calling it season 1. Really? That's fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, I'm really excited to get to, like, the newer seasons because, like, I saw, like, a glimpse of the animation of how it looks in, like, the later seasons, and I'm really excited. Also, hashtag I love Luffy. Luffy is, like, my favorite character. He's so cute. That's on Prime is it's limitless tendrils wriggle and grasp upon knowledge forbidden to mortal minds. Slowly stretched his tentacles, grasping knowledge of Unreal Engine, 3D art, and so much more, which peep on their stream. I'm currently in high school. I'm in my senior year. I started DMing my first. Yo, baby! Welcome on in, baby. I started DMing my first campaign, but I dabbled here and there that while I was a player. That's fair. That's fair. Well, I hope it's going well, and I hope that you have many fun stories to go on. Oh my god, that's so exciting, though. Oh my god, that's so exciting, Spider, because that means I get to see you graduate, and I get to see you go through college. That's so fun. It is an 18+ stream. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that you're 18. I'm just putting the assumption that you're already 18, because I think I was an 18 when I was a senior. When I was in the senior year, I think. Thank you to Barry, though. I should put that out there. I'm probably like the biggest modern One Piece hater out there, so I'm not the best person to talk about this, Slim of How, but the animation is gorgeous. Seniors can be 18. Yeah. Yeah. But thank you to Barry. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a great day, by the way. Thank you for looking out for us. But that's fair, Swalla. Oh god, I used to hate One Piece. I was like, I'm not gonna watch it, dude. It's too many episodes. And now I'm kind of like in it. I'm kind of in it. I mean, our boy be wearing a hat. Oh, I should make. I might make a series of One Piece hats. Old One Piece. I like the pacing's a little rough for me sometimes when like they rehash entire scenes again. Like for when before they go to Drum Island. Arlong Park is my favorite arc in One Piece. I liked it. I think I don't want to say it, yes, because I feel like it's gonna get better. But like, so we just got to doing the Drum Island arc and stuff like that, and like when they rehash the thing about the rabbits, like there's like the rabbits opening, and then they show the rabbits again in the next episode. I was like, we didn't need that whole thing. We didn't need that whole thing. Oh, sister, One Piece is never gonna get better. The pacing in the anime is pure fucking dog shit. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's just how it's gonna have to be, but that's okay, because I'm more here for the characters at the end of the day anyway. And I really liked how they ended it with, like, the Sakura tree and stuff. I made a conscious decision to never watch One Piece because he has too many episodes and I don't want to become a hobby. Oh, God, that's totally fair. That is totally fair. That's fair. It's okay. It's okay. For all the people that are not willing to watch One Piece, I'll be your sacrifice. I will be your sacrifice. But, yeah. Yeah. I think, hold on, I have an idea. I reread all of One Piece last year. You were all just weak? That's crazy. We don't got that free time. I have an idea, and I want to add the milk beans. I stopped watching around the other day because I wanted to watch it with you guys. Aw, thank you, Star. But yeah, if you want to watch it ahead of us, don't feel free, because, like, I mean, we're still in the beginning, so. I don't either. I don't know. Bean. Oh, no, milk. Bean buds. Beans. Oh, wait, have I been tagging the wrong thing? You're on, like, S100 or something, right? Season 2 One Piece episodes. No. No, we are not. Well, we might be, actually. Season 1 was how many episodes? Oh, fuck, I don't fucking know. I don't know. The Ruses or versus Eric. I don't know what this means. Why is there like 100 episodes? I don't remember watching 100 episodes. I think we're on 91. Yeah, we're only on like 70 something. Yeah, we are not that far. I think how Crunchyroll splits it up is it splits it up by arcs. It doesn't actually have season, it has arcs. Oh, you're finishing? Yeah, I'm finishing. We've just finished Drum Island. Also, did I tag the wrong? I am. I'm supposed to be tagging milk beans, not just milk bean buds. Oh, I suck. Milk beans. How far are you into? We just finished it. We just like we got the send off. They're sending them off with the sakura flowers from the doctor. You know, 91 just finished. Yeah. We just finished 91. Cause I try to get, unless I'm tired, I try to get through like a mini arc. You're not even 10th of the way. I'm trying. Thinking monthly sub goals. Make accessory pack based. Accessories like a one-piece pack or Ghibli studio pack. Thoughts? Inside. Man, old One Piece was so fucking good. I think it's good. I can't compare. I left my mouse right there. Whoops. Remind me, have you or haven't? Not, we haven't got to Alabasta yet. We're just starting the Alabasta stuff. Like, I know about Princess Vivi and stuff, but that's kind of all I know. And the time before, oh wait, you can peep on their stream. Traveling through endless realities. Shares. Yeah, Dead Sun. Okay. Shares. Except that everyone imagine everyone dies and all the other episodes are just repeats of the season 1. Shares. Do they have pronouns? I'm just gonna. I don't know if they have pronouns. Twiba. I don't know. Shares his experiences with us. I can't. My brain is like dying. Desmond Prime has slowly stretched his tentacles, grasping knowledge of Unreal Engine, 3D art, and so much more, which you can peep on, which you can get a glimpse of on their stream. Traveling through endless realities, Dead Sun shares his experiences with us. Us. Experiences with and us viewers. I don't know if I like that sentence. Do they have like any cool like tagline? This cool octo from beyond mortal minds and support Dead Sun on their social media. Socials, okay. Let's glimpse. You can get a glimpse of on their stream. A bunch of fun toggles and secret redeems. You'll have to figure out if you stick around long enough. Only. If that's nicely. Dead Sun may also give you... Hi, Norman! Happy Monday. I give you an epic. Their home. Thank you for the pap. Thank you for the wellness check. I have the... My nose feels clogged. So they have a bunch of fun toggles. I hope you're doing well, by the way. I finished a choco wrap. Let me look at it. Let me look at it. Coyote! Yes, look at you. Understanding how this is exactly how UVs work. Look at you. This is actually a very smart way to teach how UVs work. Good job. I'm very proud. This is so smart. Good job, Pookie. Good job. Okay, Dead Prime has slowly... I forgot. Numbers 6, 25. This computer doesn't have a camera on it. 6 times 25 seconds, 150 is maximum. Okay. If you ask nicely, Dead Sun may also give you an epic tour of their home. Weeks on what's to come. Traveling through endless ways, shares his experience with his friends and us viewers. Experience. This is not how you spell experiences. Experiences? Says with his friends and us viewers. Which can vary from anything. Vary from coding. Vary from coding, Sea of Thieves. Repo, and so much more. Anything. Grasp. I feel like this is a little unorganized. So much more. Traveling through endless editions, shares experiences with his friends and his viewers. Grasping knowledge of Unreal Engine, 3D art, and they have a bunch of fun toggles and secret games that you may be able to figure out if you stick around long enough. If you ask nicely, Dead Sun may also give you an epic tour of their home and sneak peeks on what's to come. Traveling through endless realities, Dead Sun shares his experiences with his friends and us viewers, which can vary from Sea of Thieves, Minecraft, Sea of Thieves repo, and whatever else Dead Sun can. Is tentacles around. I think that's pretty good. Hi, Vex. Welcome on in. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Okay. My nose. Change this to this. Burn in love. Hunka hunka burn in love. Hunka hunka burn in love. Hunka hunka burn in love. Boop. 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 Oh, that's when I accidentally was copying and pasting. Okay. Talk myself asleep. And then I have to get a bunch of clips. I'm okay. I got the day off class because MLK Day, but I really wanted to wanted something non-American, but everything other than the dining hall is closed on campus today. Oh, I'm sorry. Is the chicken place not? Oh, there was a chicken place you really liked, right? And an Indian place, right? Are they not open? Look, my Oops. And then 25 seconds divided by 3. It's like 8, yeah. Video editing, highlight this one, save. The Indian is closed and it's too cold to go out to the chicken place. It's a mile walk each way. Fair. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's all closed. I have an idea. Ooh, do I want to do this idea though? This would kind of suck rocks. Ooh, this would kind of suck rocks. I kind of want to do this idea I have, but it's gonna kind of suck rocks. Ugh, it's fine. I just would have to do this in a way that would regulate them. I have some ramen, thankfully, though. Ramen does sound good. Okay. He knows how she's gonna do this, even though she doesn't want to do it. Socials. Do, 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 do. Oh, they'd have to be like square, actually. How can we make it square? 217 by 217. Yeah, we can, buddy. Let's go. I don't know why, but I always like rounded corners. They make me happy. Okay, that one, and then the Patreon. Nope. You go back there. Bigger. But if I do, it's like this, chat. We have one small problem. Okay, there's that, and then resources. Social media icons. Was Patreon? There is not one for Patreon. We need one for Patreon. Yeah. Spider so dead. Patreon. And then Twitter. Oops. Twitter. And then we need one more, which is going to be Twitch. Can we do the thing? I think it's this button. No, let's just do inspect, and then we'll click this, and it puts us in mobile, I think. There you go. No. No. Mobile website viewer. You have a song request. I want to look at this one. Oh, ew, it doesn't do the thing. Fuck. What about Samsung? Does it do it on there? Oh, what the fuck? Because there was a way that you can see someone's profile, but I don't want to do. I don't. Fine, I'll look it up on my phone. This is really annoying. How would I do this? Hmm. So I could try to do it like this, maybe? And then, like, crop it. And then crop this guy. And then just add in another box here that makes it this color. And then Twitch. I think it's not the worst as long as it looks okay. Selection area. Socials 1. Doot 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 doot. Socials 2. And then Patreon. Oops. So I've never been falling apart without you. It's only been hours, but I can't get you off my mind. Don't you? I knew. Wait, no, did I save that way? I did. I know you make it seem cold. Export. This one. Yep. Save. Oh, wait, you had me. Okay. Videos. Clips. All. Like, I'm falling apart without you. Only because, but I can't get you off my mind. Until I knew. Leave it behind. Let's see clips. So now we can do all again. That's another 4. I think that might be 7, so I need to grab 2. We'll do like a maximum of 10, I think. Just in case. Let's do 10. The little hat one, and then I want a Minecraft one. I don't think we've gotten a Minecraft one yet. Or actually, this one's fun. Demon, I feel it deep in my soul. Me, you make hell seem cold. This one's cool too, though, because it shows another part of their scene, which I want. Okay. Oh, I didn't even do the thing where I write it down to the videos. Prime 34 platypus are glow in the dark. 45 is going to be Shaunacorn. I think that's how you spell this name. Nope, it's the other way. It's 2 N's. And then 63 is... Oh, it's the co-working game. Boop. And then we have to do 56. Week of Jan 19th. It goes on top. This one is edit labels. This is... Do Kiwi. Edit labels. Change cover. Upload cover. Be highlight. Alright, let's do Shauna Corn next. Oh, I was doing stuff too. That's cool. This one. Let's do an about. PNG. This one. Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. I think I only need a few things, which I need to make the folder for this first. I also need to move this to transfer files. I'm home. Welcome home. How was getting the stuff and things? Shauna Corn. I keep doing that wrong. Okay. Never. Image as. B stars. This one, this one, this one. Yeah, that's that one. Save image as Chiseko. Okay. And then I don't think I need the other ones. There are too many people that use my grocery store now. They're idiots. Oh, fair? Oh. There we go. This was broken. Okay. Oh, I do need their Twitter, though. Getting an Aldi's here? Whoa, that's really cool. I hope you enjoyed the Aldi's. But Aldi's is cool. I've always wanted to go to an Aldi's. I want to see what it's like. What always left in the dark, and not so. How do we get here with Landon? I don't want to bug Sean. Oh, he was like literally streaming like a few minutes ago, dude. Fuck. Oh, what is this? Is that the right thing? I don't even know. Fucking I wonder if this way you have to get the chocolate and the sauerkraut. It is the best you can get other than the homemade. Oh, it's to be 30 within the next few years. Ooh, cool. Do they have a picture of... They have to have it, right? Without my help, how do we get here? We're standing. I will find one and I will use it as the picture. Who know can unto you. Where is it? There it is. Oh, is this just an image? No. Oh. I find it interesting that the video won't load. That's okay. Hi, Warrior Luna. Welcome on in. I'm still waiting to hear back from Barnes & Nobles about my application. I'm tempted to go in, but since it's an unfinished location, I don't know which one to go to. Fair. I was gonna say, like, I would definitely, like, say you should do that, but since it's not a finished location, it's understandable why you're like, I don't really know. Like, I say there ain't nothing wrong with going in person and asking about a resume, in my opinion. I didn't crop this enough. I didn't get it off of the image. I don't know if I like this all that much. Oh, this is fine. And I can just... Boop. Thank you for the check-in. Selection area, export. Oh my goodness, thank you for sharing your streak with me. Let's fucking go. Hopefully we get those into double digits. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Mwah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you for the cheek pad. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Oh right, this one is the one where we have to find the clip in the beginning. Right. Oh my god. What is this? What the fuck?
I hope you're doing well. Right, there we go.
Oh wait, shit, fuck,
I
wait. Man, I love Fallout. Did you hear that they might be remastering New Vegas and I think I don't remember the other one. But there are rumors. It's so quiet. Please, I'm consumed. I heard like there's some like weird facts going about. So like how you can't review it and stuff because the game is not out, even though it is out and stuff. So I'm very interested. In if it does get remade, I might play New Vegas. I have the hiccups though. I don't know why I didn't do it like this. I'm gonna do this one. Oh my god. I have the hiccups and it's driving me nuts. You 1000%, 10,000% should. Please. I definitely, if it gets remastered, I definitely will. If it gets remastered. I have the hiccups and it's gonna kill me. Oh, I'm holding my breath. Oh, fuck. The fuck? Hiccuped again. I don't want to hiccup anymore. I don't wanna. It's killing me, chat. Oh, man. Hold on, I'm like half holding my breath because I'm not pressing down on my diaphragm, which is supposed to help a lot. Oh, man. I did baguette one. Baguette one was fun. Okay, I think that's enough. I can just make the video. Boop. 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 Close. Boop. There you go. Okay. Also, with the amount of Fallout 4 I've played, I've had to put on. That's fair. That's fair. I can't wait to rage bait you because I'm bad at video games. This is gonna be great. Um. Um. Not one, not two. Existential. Yeah, I'm excited about it too. Four prices. Are you still down to grammar check my stuff though, Kiwi? Just curious. To stream is here to entertain, a little bit of pain, and Python. I'm down. Let me pull it up. No problem. No rush. I'm only on the second one. By that I mean, he always enjoys a good challenge games, whether that's a hardest difficulty or having fun challenges himself. Oops. A variety of including RPG indie games. John Holler, yes. There's bits that he tends, but there is also masochistic tendencies. If you're looking for a content creator who is chill down to the bone, their artists' socials. I think I need like one more sentence in one of these. Actually, I think this might be okay. Maybe I've got to go prep dinner. I'll do that once I do the check away. No problem. problem. Hopefully I can get this done before. Anyways. At 10 memes. I didn't do the hashtags for this one. Oh my god, I hate how much I hate Piper. Piper who? Piper what? Plus space. Oh my god. I have the hiccups and it's pissing me off. Fucking shit, dude. Because the duck billed egg laying venomous weirdo wasn't strange enough. God damn. Dude, I'm stealing that shit. That's fucking great. I'm just gonna put on a bunch of videos of platypuses. That's my plan. I'm being a little lazy with this video, but that's my plan. I have the hiccups, man. How come? Interesting. Oh, I see. I didn't. Okay. I have too many words, I think. Okay. Platypuses. Would it be against guidelines to say oh, Jesus Christ. A platypusy glows in the dark? Glows in the dark. Like, would that be bad? I think. I think that would be kind of funny. And then if I just don't address it, no. Being a duck billed egg laying venomous weirdo isn't strange. For a platypus. Yep. To add to their ever-growing and Fallout 4 character. She's so annoying. Fair. Can't wait to hate together, twin. Don't worry. Oh my god. The fur glows a green blue under UV light. Under visible light, a platypus is extremely insulates and protects in cold water. Biofluorescence was known in only two flying squirrels, which are placental mammals, and a possum, which are mystical according to this study. I don't know. Bird sounded flat on foot. Gee, a lot of things are kind of mean. Yep, to add to their ever-growing list of oddities. I want another article. This one's fun, and I want one more. The platypus is one of the strangest creatures on several counts, though. I have to sign in. Fucking National Geographic, man. Please. Oh my god. Alright, I'm just gonna take from this one. Prior to this discovery, biofluorescence study co-author we're preparing for our second day at the Field Museum in Chicago to document biofluorescence in the New World flying squirrels, and I started wondering how broadly distributed this trait might be within an animal kingdom. the researcher knew that platypuses like flying squirrels were active at night and during twilight when an eerie glow would be visible, thus made platypuses a promising candidate. Plus, who doesn't want to examine a platypus specimen, he added. We all agreed that we should explore this idea. Platypuses are semi-aquatic and live in eastern Australia, and they are such a peculiar hodgepodge of body parts that they seem cobbled together from an unrelated animal. So, perhaps fittingly, the name Ornithorhynchus anatinus, meaning bird-snouted flatfoot, according to Linus. The oddball mammals have furry bodies, flat hairs, beaver-like tails, webbed feet. Males also have spurs on their hind legs that are loaded with venom and broad bills like ducks. When the 19th century Europeans first saw the preserved skins of these strange creatures, many experts thought the animal was a taxidermy host with a duck beak sewn to a mole's body, according to NMH. Oh my god, I hate hiccuping. Platypus is native to their twilight aquatic environments through mechanoreception, the detection of mechanical stimuli, touch and sound, and electrostimulation, the perception of natural electrical signals, because they don't heavily rely on sight. It's possible that their learns is not used to communicate with it, but to reduce their visibility to predators, as in the case in some blackfishes and crustaceans. Why? If there's an ecological function, it likely has to do with the action of platypuses and other species, such as predators, Olsen said within an email. However, there's a possibility that this trait has little or no ecological function. Only further research can tell, Olsen said. Discovering the platypus's secrets glow also sheds light on this trait in mammals, revealing that it's not just a few highly specialized species that go in there. Instead, it appears across the phylogeny occupy diverse ecosystems spanning 3 continents, and now with the addition they represent all of a major though it is maybe an ancestral trait that emerged early. Okay. Yeah, okay. My brain understands, but my sinuses are clogged. Yep. That being a duck-billed, egg-laying, venomous weirdo isn't strange enough for platypuses. Yep. To add to their ever-growing list of oddities, this strange yet adorable little creature. To glow under UV light. Mammalian species such as flying squirrels. What was it? Flying squirrels and opossums. Similar to other mammalian species such as flying squirrels and opossums. This is shown under UV light. Squirrel UV light. See, I like this. I like it when they're alive and you can see it. I think it's cool. I don't want to see them not alive because that makes me sad. Oh, okay, now an opossum. It's so cute. He's just a little guy, glowing pink. Opossum and then platypus on a UV light. I don't want a dead one. I want an alive one. Give me an alive one. Is that a real? That's I don't trust that one's alive. That looks like it's AI. I don't want a dead one. I want an alive one. I don't like it when the animals are dead. I like it when the animals are alive. Bump is shaped like a D. D-U-I. Now how about you die? Fine. Fine. Okay. Why do flying squirrels glow pink? Flying squirrels, their fur contains a natural pigment called the phenomenon known as biofoliage. Besides consider why they do it, that's what aids in communication, camouflage, mimicking owls, or mating displays in low light conditions. Similar to how other mammalian species such as flying squirrels and opossums, spiders show similar to mammalian species such as flying squirrels and opossums. This is glow. Show signs of biofluorescence or bioillumination. Sorry, I forgot. Biofluorescence. Biofluorescence. When under UV light. Yeah, UV light. However, really understood why. However, in the case of the platypus, the reasoning of why is still up to debate. For other mammals, this feature allows them to camouflage allows them to camouflage for other animals. This feature helps them to camouflage, communicate displays, but I'm gonna use the big word. Do have as far as we know. Oh, it's so long. Is that why? Is the color? Is it? No. Well, no, it wasn't. Oh, I don't know. I wonder when they found this out because this is a similar color to what Perry the platypus is. Why is Perry the platypus teal? Because thought it looked cool, but it's fascinating. It was a coincidence? Holy shit. As we know. A platypus, he glows in the dark. That being did you know that being a duck-billed egg-laying venomous weirdo isn't strange enough for a platypus? Yep, to add to their ever-growing list of oddities, this strange yet adorable little creature also has the ability to glow under UV light. Similar to other mammalian species such as flying squirrels and possums, platypuses show signs of biofluorescence when under UV light. However, in the case of platypuses, UV light. However, for platypuses, the reasoning of why is still up for debate. For other mammals, This feature helps them. I think similar to other mammalian species such as flying squirrels and opossums, platypuses show sign of UV light. For other mammals, this feature helps them camouflage, communicate, and for mating displays. But for the I think I'm only going to use the bird-snouted flatfoot for this. For this bird-snouted flatfoot creature. Just a cool trait as far as we know. As a bonus, platypus was teal not as an inspiration. But hey, fun coincidence. And as far as we know. And as a fun bonus fun fact, Perry the Platypus was teal not as an inspiration from this fun fact, but as a fun coincidence. And then Povmeyer. Is that his name? Oh, it is. Look cool. I'll have to fix that sentence because I don't really like how I wrote it. Platypus glow in the dark UV. And as a bonus fun fact, similar to other mammalian species such as flying squirrels, opossums, platypuses, and similar to other mammalian species such as flying squirrels and opossums, platypuses show signs of biofluorescence under UV light. For other mammals, this features help them to camouflage, communicate, and for mating displays. But for this bird-snouted flatfoot creature, it's just a cool trait to have as far as we know. And as a bonus fun fact, Perry the Platypus was teal, not as an Perry the Platypus was teal, not as an inspiration from this fact. From this discovery exploration. Platypi? No, because I think I think it goes back to the platypussy thing. It's just like I'm trying to read this while my brain isn't here. Like, I cannot feel my brain in this current moment. It's also because my sinuses are fucked up, and I don't know. Does hot tea help with sinuses? My sinuses just feel really weird. Because I was thinking of making some hot apple cider, but I don't know if that would help. My nose just feels like it's clogged, but it's empty, and I feel like my neck feels like how it feels. It's not really tea. It's just apple cider. It's just hot apple cider. To be fair, it's a powdered apple cider. But so it has cinnamon in it. It's just my throat feels like how it feels after you have like nasal drip, and my nose feels clogged as fuck, even though there's nothing. You gotta eat something spicy. I don't want to eat something spicy next. I might though. Is it a steam bath during your break? A steam bath? I could just get. I feel like I could just get a hot cup of tea or something. I could make some Earl Grey. I don't know. I've been feeling this way for the past few days. I don't know. My sinuses are just a little wonky. Because my nose is clear. I feel funky. Boil some water over the stove, put a towel over your head for a few minutes. I don't want. I don't want. I might though. I might. Or at the very least, I'll boil some water and just sniff it. And sniff the shit out of it. For other mammals, this feature helps them to camouflage, communicate, and for mating displays. But for this bird-snouted flatfoot creature, it's just a cool trait to have as far as we know. And as a bonus, sometimes I just hold a steaming tree in front of my face and inhale. That's what I'm thinking. Take care of my Oshi. Fuck. Okay. Okay, I will get myself some hot cider in a second, okay? I promise. Just let me read this last sentence. And as a bonus fun fact, Perry the Platypus was teal, not as an inspiration, was teal, not as an inspiration from this discovery, but a fun coincidence as Dan Probamir thought he'd look cool teal. Look cool. Oh, cool. Just brown. Okay. Hi, Lily. Welcome on in. How are you? Okay. I have to get some hot tea or else chat's gonna yell at me. So I'm gonna go get some tea really quick. And then I'll be back. And I think I'll also use the hold on, let me just go platypus. Oh my god, they're so big. Cute. I'm great. Saturday was very productive. I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad your Saturday was productive. This one's cute. I like that one. I also like this one, but I like this one a lot too. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I got to do something I've been wanting to for a while. Well, please give me the needs while I be right back. I want to hear all about your Saturday. But I will be right back because I'm gonna go get some hot tea and go use the bathroom. So, be right back. Love you, meow. I also finished a cover video that's becoming. Oh, fuck yeah, Lily. Feel free to let us know when that goes live. Fuck yeah. Okay, I got apple cider, and it makes my lungs feel better. My lungs feel better. I don't know why. I felt so weird, but I'm feeling better thanks to this tea. It's not tea, it's apple cider. It's literally just warm apple cider. I can't drink it yet because it's hot, but it's nice to have. I'm so afraid to drink it. Okay, I'm just gonna let it sit. Literally, I just took it out of the microwave. It will be live on Friday, January 30th, though. I might make it the day before. Sounds good. I'm excited. Exciting. I hope you get all of the views. I have to do the did you know one. Gotta go to the downloads. Me in the trees, lights to the sails on the ice. Thank you for the song request. Cute little platypus. Cute little platypus. Oh my god, guys, I made a chibi the other day. Yeah, I think it was on Saturday night. I made a chibi, and it's so cute. That's not the song. That's not the song. Hold on. Dun 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 dun. Come with me, I'll take you high. To Q. Remove from Q. There we go. All fixed. But yeah. I forgot what I was talking about. That's fine. It's okay. Insert image. Oh, I have to get images of platypuses. Did you know? 33. I didn't make it yet. 34. Oh, yes, thank you. I made a chibi the other day, and I was like, dude, this is so cute. I kind of want to live 2D. I kind of want to rig it, but I don't know if I will. But I kind of want to. Because it's really cute. But it's on my tablet, so I can't. It's on my iPad, so I can't show you guys right now. But it's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. I might do it. I don't know. At the very least, I want to finish it. Okay. Oh, right. And then I have to also export one more thing for here. Something. It's me on another place. Who's on the way? Save, close. Boop. Yes, I'm excited because it looks very cute. And I've been having a lot of fun with Procreate. Procreate's pretty cool. Time to go do art. I hope you have fun with art. Have a bushel of fun. The only thing I could think of when writing this script noise Perry makes. YouTube. I like this video. Shutter encoder. Start function. Oh, it's in my desktop again though. Animals. Oops. See if Pexels has any, because I like the way that you download videos off of this site more. Platypus. Did I spell platypus wrong? My dad introduced me to the song, and whenever I'm down, I listen to it. That's fair. That's fair. It's a nice song. Alright, that doesn't have any platypus videos, which is fine. There's not many platypus videos. Okay. Then we'll do it this way. Platypus. Ooh. I want some, like, documentary level shit on platypuses. Mm-hmm. 4K Ultra HD. Image is weird. That's like not a platypus.
Open your door,
Hello,
POV, let your
Boo.
door
Hello,
open
Boo
your door.
Bartman. Hello, dear. How was your stream? How's it going? We're just making a video about platypuses, about to take a drink of my tea, but I hope you're having a wonderful day. How was your stream? If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy as I look at videos of platypuses on the internet, because I need videos of platypuses. I'm drinking it. I'm drinking it. I want more videos on platypuses. You better be a Perry. A platypus. Exactly, Perry the platypus. Did you know Perry the platypus is teal? Not because platypuses glow teal, but because the creator of the show thought it would be cool if the platypus was teal. But it was a coincidence that they were also teal. We are Speedstorm, our new baby platypus. I want more footage of platypuses. Footage. I did. It's pretty funny. I think it's fucking crazy. I think Dan did. I think Dan fucking feel like Dan knew. Platypuses are so funny looking. I love them. I love a little platypus. I'll download these ones. Nature on PBS. Nature on PBS. Fuck, they're both called Nature on PBS. Call this Love Donut. What? Love Donut _ Nature on PBS. Okay. I'm singing Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer, and I sang it the night before Christmas, and the next day was chill. Fair. Why would your day be super crazy bonko, though? That's the real question. Were you expecting a grandmother to get run over by a reindeer? A little bit about platypuses. 60 seconds of cute platypuses. Yep. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm glad that no one got hurt. Babby platypus nature on PBS. I was hoping but my grandma is amazing, so I would have been that's fair. How y'all doing? We're doing good. We're doing good. Just hanging out. Hello, condemned. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I'm trying not to sound like I have a stuffy nose because I kind of do. But I don't know if anyone's had this phenomenon where like you feel like you have a stuffy nose, but your nose is completely fine. So I don't know, maybe my nostrils are inflamed. Baby platypus. Platypus cute. Platypus core. I just want more videos of platypus. Maybe you should drink some peppermint. I already made apple cider tea. Or apple cider, so I'm too lazy to get up and get another thing of hot tea. Currently recommended to act as a library hub for my source. Fuck yeah. Touch. Oh, this one looks cute. Look at this one. Aww. I fucking love this video. This is the only other video I need now. About you. Oh, I don't remember. Let me get this one. Baby platypus _ nature PBS. And then I need... What was the hand feeding one? The one where he's like hand feeding it. Cute creatures. Oh shit. That's a fucking very long name. Hand feeding. Cute creatures, great and small. Yes! We actually read an article about them earlier. They also sweat milk. Well, the females do. The females sweat milk. Alrighty. Maybe prediction system. Entry for me and I prediction since. Oh, I like this. Not as an inspiration. I like this. Good. Good wording. Okay. Roll for fun is on together. Are they so cute even if they can produce something that is insanely painful? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of cute things that are venomous. In my opinion. Kiwi, the only one I would say that you don't have to grammar check, I guess, is roll for fun, because that one I just use whatever the game devs write. Because I ain't out here trying to catch no flack from game devs. Because I know how anal that they can be about that kind of stuff. And I'm not about to catch flack for that. I'm about to say that right here, right now. I'm not about to catch flack for that. Smart, thank you. Transfer files, did you know? Is there any ones? This one. This one. Not over. Are there any other ones that I need to move over? It's not like a devil has horns. Did I? And then I'll do the vibe and shine ones last. I know game devs, they can be protective of the games. Yeah, and it's like understandable. As someone who was a game dev myself, I can understand that. So, you know, not gonna tread no ground. That's the wrong label I've written and I haven't recorded it yet. Alright. Virtual co-working with friends or strangers all over the world. I don't... Space design to help you focus and stay connected. I like this one. I like that as the first line. And then time to use Trello again. That's how it worked for me. Hi, V. Hi, hun. How you doing? Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I don't like it when it's like that. Nope. No. I want a notepad. Ow. Ow. Ow, ow. Okay. There we go. I'll stay connected. Work or study with your friends from all over the world. Play in full screen on the side of your screen or in transparent mode. Use a bonketh? Rude. I already feel sick. I don't need the bonks. Also, Kiwi. Kiwi, have you looked at BLT today? Work or study with your friends and strangers all over the world. Play in full screen on the side of your screen or in transparent sticker mode. Thank you, B. Alright, I feel better. Presume the bonk. You can also use tools, productivity tools, including custom. I think I commented on it earlier, but I think I did. I'm so sorry. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'll go back. Can I do it this way? Hold on. Oh my god, Tony BLT. Okay, you did. I did miss it. Tony BLT. Tony BLT. Sicky baby. I'm not 100% sick. I just feel kind of sick. Work or study with your friends and strangers all over the world. Play in full screen on the side of your screen or in transparent sticker mode. You can also use productivity tools, including a customizable Pomodoro timer and to-do list to stay on track. I didn't copy that. Yay! Thank you for sharing your streak. That makes me feel awesome. I love seeing the streaks. Honestly, it's really cool. It's really cool when I get to see you guys having streaks. Meet up in a variety of locations, including a library, treehouse, and floating lily pads. Find the focus animation for your character that matches your real-life tasks like reading, doing chores, or painting. You can even make your avatar. You can even make your avatar your own, choosing from a huge variety of human and animal customization options.
I got you, Kiwi. Tony BLT.
Yippee! Digital pals, hang out at the bottom of the screen when you work, study, hang out, break time. They really did the ultimate like co-working game too. It's really cool. This is the live action we deserve. Let's go. Thank you for the lurk. Have fun eating dinner. If you work from home, are ready to lock in. What was it? Lock in. Hang out, lock in, and repeat. To hang out, lock in, and repeat. On together today. I'm thinking of more songs that people might enjoy. For the like for the song redeem stuff. So that's fair. We're kind of listen to anything here though. That helps. Steam DB. I want this one. I do want to change the playlist. I think we're just in my like songs. There was a song I was thinking about listening to, but I forgot. We're just gonna go to this one. I like this song, but I don't know. What is this one? Oh, fair. Why is this so too distracting? Oh, you're totally fine. There is no such thing as too distracting in music. And I mean that literally. I think we've listened to no cock like horse cock multiple times for fun here, so shrugs. Shrug. 350. Feel like Dracula. I see stars. I don't know if I know that one, but do it. I still have videos to script for Enshrined as well today. I need to write that down somewhere. Let's put that on the PureRef. Community. I once did a prank where I added a song about height and I went from 5 foot to like 6. I do like height funny songs. What is it? Video script videos for TikTok, script videos for Enshrined. 5'7", 5 foot, 6 foot, 6 foot, 7 foot, 7'9" VO for TikToks. Okay, and then we play Hightail after that. I think is a plan. I think this one will be better. Copy image. Sleep like me. Oof. Maybe this one will work. I don't know. Oh, I don't like how they positioned all these. Would you like Dracula? Shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. This is not how I was hoping they did it. I have a short story that I don't remember if I had you read. It was a prompt that came up. That's a hard maybe, I think. That's a hard maybe. The only short story that I think I remember reading was the one about the lady that was fighting and she found the little girl and her village got trampled and she was like a general. Midnight Sun. Yeah, I think it was that one. Together. Think it's so easy to fall in love. Man, I spelled no. I'm so sorry, Vex. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Boogie. I'm sorry, life. Sorry that this is happening to you. Easy. Think I'll reread it and edit it before redeeming story time later. No problem. Let's roll for fun. 63. Save. There we go. Where's the trailer? It's a micro trailer. It's so easy to fall in love. I don't know if they have like a YouTube. It's so easy. Fall in love with. Do they not have a trailer? There we go. Start function. Alrighty. Most of your life and yes. So it's so easy to fall in love with. Alright, and then we do edit labels. Bam, bam, bam. Nope. Change cover. I did the wrong one. Oops. Edit labels. This one. That one's all good. I keep doing the wrong label. This one. This one doesn't need music because it already has some music that I use. And now we do the TikToks. But I think I have to use my other TikTok account because... Well, actually, let's see. I think there's one that I didn't have in there. I have multiple that I just don't have in there. Okay, let me just... Good night, chat. Let's see, happy talk to make sure to drink water. Let's see. Make sure you drink water, make sure you eat enough nutrients, and make sure you can cuddle up and stay nice and warm. Yeah. Yeah, my brain likes that. Okay. Just gotta refresh this one. Yes. Live and shine. This one. I'll move this one. Oh. I don't know what the song is about, but I like the maracas. Please tell me. Yes, I can download this one. I have to refresh it. I forgot. Oh man, I missed it. Oop. Oh my god. Okay. This is me when I get old. Yeah, right there. That's me when I get old. Boop. Let's see if there's any other. Save. I don't know if I put that one in a video yet. I want this one. I like this one a lot. Cool. Oops. This is 56, I think. Yes. Mm. Downloads. Actually, I actually want us to keep this like somewhat clean. I don't know what those are, so I'll keep them. This one. Okay. Now let me open. Do. All the wrong ones. Cool. Cancel. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, it's these ones. Okay. This one actually needs to go over here. And then this one will be second. This one's at the bottom. Jan 19. The bottom. 19th to the 20-something? 26th. 25th. Distant flickering, see machinery. I get it all back again. Pay attention. Save. Be sure that you're getting enough water. This little elephant. Be sure that they're hydrated. Can have loads of energy too. So they don't go into the hospital looking like a dried sponge. Sure that you're getting enough water. Just like this little elephant shrew. Just like this little elephant shrew. Who is sure to be hydrated so that they don't. And a dried sponge. To take care of yourself. That means getting enough water. Taking care of yourself also means getting get this good little pupper their daily need of protein from egg. Eat enough proteins. Cute. Being cute. Sort of like this little grandma who made sure to take Ensure is what? Uh, dietary supplement. Okay. I drank their Ensure. Got to have a nice, warm, heated. Be straight from the dryer. Insert image and so boop. Da boop da boop da boop. Health, water, protein, or actually food. Blanket, warm. Be sure to take care of yourself. Be sure to take care of yourself. That means getting enough water, just like this little elephant shrew who is sure to be sure that they, who is sure that they're, who, just like this little elephant shrew who makes sure, who makes sure that they're hydrated so they don't end up going to the hospital looking like a dried sponge. Taking care of yourself also means getting enough nutrition. Like little good little puppet try to get their daily needs of protein and nutrients from egg. I bet if you made sure to eat enough proteins and if you made sure to nourish your body, you'd look just as cute. Being cute means that you can have all. Being cute means you'll get all that you deserve, like this little grandma who made sure to drink their Ensure. Who, because they drank their Ensure, got to have a nice warm heated blanket straight from the dryer. So the clip, the grandma, I never. It would be this one. This one. And then this one. Cool. Labels. Change cover, upload cover image. No, I have to write like 2 more scripts for Enshrined. Unpaid. Close. I gotta find another thing. Okay. Gods, world lore, magic system. What is Eldritch Fairy inspirations? Runic corruption, bion rolls, characteristic. I don't know what they're still working on. I don't know what they're currently working on. Also, this is gonna bug the shit out of me. Oops. Yeah. I don't know what they're working on. God's world lore magic. I didn't talk about magic. I talked about runic corruption last week. Actually, I think it should go magic and then runic corruption. Yeah, I like that idea. What? There we go. Natasha Knight, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello, hello, hello. How ya doing? Sorry, I'm like rubbing my eyeballs because they EP. How you doing? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. All right. I'm looking at magic today. Magic. Do we have an art that represents magic? Let me look at the Enshrined Discord. Magic, 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 magic. I like this one a little bit. I don't know if that one's magic. Thank you for the song request, Vexed. Magic, 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 magic. I need art for magic, magic, magic. Okay, hold on. Let me read the thing first so I can get the vibe of it. How does it work? Magic and Enshrined is enacted by opening a dialogue with God. This can be to entreat, bully, threaten, beg, or convince the contacted deity to enact the desired changes in the world. The gods do not speak common nor any other mortal languages, and communicating with the gods instead communicating with the gods takes the form of. That sentence is bad. The gods do not speak common nor any other mortal language. Instead, communicating with the gods takes. What? What? This reads funny. What is this? What is this? Well, Vibe and Shine should be done? No. I didn't finish Vibe and Shine, no? Yeah, Vibe and Shine is done now. Let me look at the comments on the other ones. I need to hide. Well, just hide the week 2 weeks ago. Yeah, hide. So where we arranged it a bit. Okie dokie. Can't find the last unicorn identity. Check out there. Okay, how's it going? Going pretty good. How are you? Dune. I can't type. Okay. Magic and Enshrined primarily in one of three. What does it look like? How is it different? Functionally, Magic and Enshrined and the standard D&D setting is very similar, with the power to use it being derived from a god or gods in Enshrine's case. However, where in standard D&D manipulating the weave can be direct or integrate, in Enshrine only the gods can change reality. This means by which one requests those changes is categorized by whether it is direct or indirect. This means by which one's requests those changes are categorized by whether it is direct or indirect, and the level of skill and nuance. This means by which. What the fuck? This means by which one. This. This means. The request of By the magic user's request. This means could shit? Man, that's how I feel right now. This is what I get for reading my sleep-deprived boss's fucking wordage. This means by which one request those oh my god, no. This means wait. However, wherein in standard D&D, manipulating the wave can be direct or indirect, and enshrined only the gods can change reality. This means by which one okay, this means this means the impact of a magic user's request. This means the impact of a magic user's request is dependent on whether it is a direct, indirect, this means the impact of the magic user request is dependent on whether it is a direct or indirect skill and nuance. Whether it's direct, indirect. Wait. Direct line. Wait, do we have an indirect one? Why do you I don't understand. I don't understand. So intercessor means communes with a genius loci avatar. Okay, so that means okay. So that's an indirect. Okay. Whether depending on whether it's a direct form of communication, level of skill, nuance of the spell. Wait, what does nuance mean? Nuance. A subtle difference in or shade of meaning or sound. And nuance. So I think that makes more sense. This means the impact of a magic user request is dependent on whether it is a direct or indirect form of communication, level of skill, and nuance. Jesus Christ, guys. Instead, communicating takes the form of symbols. Wait. Instead, communicating with the gods takes the form of symbols, rites, and chants. Okay. Magic and enshrinement is primarily 3 methods. Native understanding. The caster understands the intricacies of communicating with the gods. They are capable of nuance and fine control. This kind of casting takes the form of intricate hand gestures, sigils, chants, and use of materials. Phrase dictionary. The caster acts through another entity that serves as a translator. The caster may cast spells in a manner specific to their intermediate entity. The most common form that is the kind of casting takes it's the caster directly stating their intentions and target, though it may be in code of a different language. Instinctive. The caster has no formal understanding of the language of the gods and no interpreter, but have an instinctual understanding of the divine connection. So this is just So magic can only be okay. Okay, I think I understand. Just an immediate effect spell. Alternative. A lot of spells are very powerful spells being cast in quick succession in the same area can overstimulate part of the synaptic web, causing an enormous magic or hair. Okay, so at the very end, I would put overuse of Hold on, I liked that. Where did it go? As casters level in higher spells, they become more and more aware of the truth of the nature of the gods in the world, beginning to... Yeah, that's fine. A lot of spells are very powerful and quick in session. Conduct details on magic users. Then enshrined magic user gains the knowledge of powerful spells without the understanding, without exchange of something. But what could that be? True girlfriend. Excuse me. Excuse me. I didn't mean bark. Okay, so then if I'm gonna do that, I would... Oh, did I fuck something up? I gotta... It's 56. Close. Alright, this is... Okay, so this one... Magic. Hi, Pocky. Welcome on in. How are you doing? On a vibe and shine day in 3 weeks. Ooh. The only one I got. Tired as fuck. Get some sleep. Let's see. 1, 2. Let's see. This one comes out on the 24th. 57 will come out on the 31st. This one will come out 57, 58. 56 will come out this week. That got the 31st. So the 59 will be Valentine's. Valentine's. Cool. Well, I'm glad to see you in here, Pocky. I've missed you. I hope you're doing okay. Hope work isn't running dry. Enshrined. Where is the Tsunami art? The Tsunami art, because that one is the one that I think makes the most sense. Because she's like holding someone, which feels like a form. Yeah, I kind of fixed my schedule. I wake up at like 6 to 7. Can you imagine? Oh my god, that's crazy. Look at you. Oh my god, I'm so proud. Look at you. Look at you being productive. So proud of you. I hope that it's been a refreshing change. Magic. Magic within our world. Okay. I just wake up without an alarm, just boom, wake up. Yeah, it's what you did, it's a fun thing. I actually like talking about it. What happens is you are retraining your internal clock is what's happening. Magic. But yeah, you're essentially changing how your internal clock wakes up. And now you're just waking up at 6 or 7. It takes a lot of practice, but when you do it, it's pretty nice. That's why my brain always wakes up around like 10:30. Yeah, I'm glad. What is the... I was told that there was a new speed paint. God damn it, Vex. What's this one? Oh, there's another... It's another Eerie Desert one. Okay. I think I like this line. It's a good cold opening line. And oh my god, I just realized if you had played the Fall Guy, you see how much I can glaze a fictional faction? Yes! It's okay, we'll glaze it together. I'll probably end up liking them too. I'm a very easily convinced bean. Magic and Enshrine is enacted by opening a dialogue with a god. I like that. While in standard D&D... While within standard D&D 5th edition, can come from a god. Within Enshrined, it can only come from a god. More than any in-game character. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, like, when a whole group of people have the same like principles, it's kind of it's easy to like multiple. Okay. Well, within standard D&D 5th edition, magic can come from a god. Within Enshrined, it can only come from a god. This would be to entrap, bully, threaten, beg, or convince the contacted deity. However, the gods do not speak any common tongue, nor any other language. Instead, okay. However, love you, wife. I hope my Warwolves was fun. However, the gods do not speak common nor any other mortal language. Instead, communicating with the god takes form of symbol, rituals, and chants. With magic being derived from the will of gods, the sheer amount of divine will encapsulate in limited remaining material plane means that's the sort of world the world mine has that plane. I got my comp placements done and I got home. Yum! I hope the pizza's delicious. And where did you place? Where did you place? With magic being derived from the will of gods, the sheer amount of divine will encapsulates in the limited remaining material plane, meaning that a sort of world mind has been formed, consisting of the overlapping intent of the imprisoned gods. This can be visualized as a synapse of the brain with clusters representing particularly strong or prevalent thoughts or intentions. While it is not possible to directly influence the sign, those successfully skilled may observe its working to derive information. What are you working on? I'm working on making a script for work. I'm like working, so in February we're gonna start posting TikToks, but I'm making scripts ahead of time. How have you been? Good? Pretty good. I've missed you, but I've been good. Just working as usual. Silver 2, nice. Nice, I'd probably be ambulance. Within standard D&D 5th edition, magic can come from gods. Within Enshrined, it can only come from a god. Within Enshrined, it can only come from a god. However, the gods do not speak common nor any other mortal language, instead communicating. And then I like the how it looks. How it looks. Magic being derived from the will of God, the sheer amount of divine will encapsulated in the limited. Okay, hold on. This one needs to. With magic being derived from the will of gods. I miss you too. I had no time to be. Oh, you're okay, Pocky. I just want you to know that you are missed. You don't have to apologize for not being here. I understand. Elaine understands. Life happens. Work happens. Get that bread. I don't mind. I just want you to know that you are missed. With magic being derived from the gods, the amount of divine will encompassed in the mortal plane means that a sort of mind plane has been formed. Encompass the amount of divine, I spelled divine wrong. Divine will encompassed in the mortal plane. Material plane. In the material plane will create a yeah, maybe I can gamble here though. Of course you can. As long as the beans are around, you can gamble as much as you want. With magic being derived from the will of gods, the amount of divine will encompassed in the material plane will merge with that of the intent of the imprisoned god. With the magic being derived from the will of gods, divine will encompassed in the mortal plane will merge with the intent of the imprisoned god and create plane. Still rigged. God damn it, Pocky. It's not my fault your luck is poo here. Listen, it's not my fault. Have you thought about it that your luck is poo here because your luck everywhere else is awesome? Have you thought about it that way? With magic being derived from the will of gods, the amount of divine will encompassed in the material plane will merge with the intent of the imprisoned god and create a plane be visualized as the synapses of the brain. And while it's not possible to directly influence the synaptic web, those sufficiently skilled may closely observe its workings to derive information. No, that's not true. What do you mean? Damn, I did too many words. Nope, that's not the right. Nope, that's not okay. It's this one. 142. Okay, let me read it through. Magic in Enshrined is enacted by opening a dialogue with a god. Squisho mode, you gotta wave. You gotta wave. One second. Oh. There we go. Magic in Enshrined is enacted by opening a dialogue with God. While within standard D&D 5th edition, magic can be formed. While within standard D&D, magic can come from a god. Within Enshrined, it can only come from a god. From communication with a god. However, the gods do not speak common nor any other mortal languages that communicating with the gods takes form of symbols, rites, and chants. With magic being derived from the will of gods, the amount of divine will encompassed in the material plane will merge with the intent of the imprisoned god and create a plane that can be visualized as a synapse of the brain. And while it is not possible to directly influence the synaptic way, those sufficiently skilled may closely observe its workings to drive it. I think that sounds okay. I really need Pixels to like read that one because I don't really know. Magic D&D 5e. Hi, Lady Ace. Oh no! Did you lose your streak? I'm sorry. But at least you have your stars. Your stars will stay forever. Was that 30? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know how they reset I do not know how or why they reset. I don't know if you have to share the streak every time or what. Fucking hate Twitch fair. Quill guild fallen. Just one. I think I have to go here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this happened to you. Press cards. Download. Video editing. Enshrine. Save. This one. Actually, do we have any other creatures that are done? I haven't linked any of them. I'm crying. What do you mean? Is this not the right asset list or something? Okay, how this happened, I was doing fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Where the fuck is the design documents? Is it this one? It is this one. Oh, okay. I made like another version. Okay. Should we talk about the light mass tree? We can talk about the light mass plant. This is fine. It's okay. To be fair, if it makes you feel any better, it is a superficial number anyway. Thumbnail. I don't have a thumbnail for it yet. I don't want to write anymore. My brain's kind of cooked. My brain is kind of cooked. The light mass plant serves as the bedrock of the swamp ecology. Standing dozens of meters tall, they represent the majority of all biomass. Their canopies grow wider than their bases, overlapping and intertwining. At least I got my stars, so I'll take that. Yeah, stars are forever. Interweaving with their neighbors, creating a solid, if fragile, floor for another world above the swamp floor. Their leaves are fast-growing but vulnerable to light, quickly decomposing in its presence. This results in the top layer leaves constantly being replaced with the lower layers, and a constant rain of detritus making its way down to the ground. This layer of ash builds up over time to create a thick layer of silt, which stops new plants from starting smothering competition. Light mass plants have the curious property of absorbing. Some other plants use sap. So I don't complain too much about the streak. I just hate it when I lose it all of a sudden. No, you're good. No, you're good. I know other people have come in and be like, I gotta come here for my streaks. I'm spooked because Twitch might take my streak, so I understand. Mass plant. CP. This is the majority of all biomass within the swamp. Biomass within the swamps. My brain is just cooked because I've been writing words all day long, so do not worry. My brain is just cooked because it's EP. He's a EP. I'm back. What up? Hello, Swallow. I am just writing stuff because my brain is cooked, so I don't know what else to write. Uh, I wanna do an ogre joke. ogres, goblins, and possibly Shrek enjoyers. Come close, come near, as I tell you of this week's entity, the light mass plant. The mass plant serves as the bedrock of the swamp ecology, standing dozens. Okay. Let's go wider than that base. Okay, give me this. Their neighbors. Their leaves. That is hurting. No problem. Have a good look, Lady Ace. I'm sorry that you lost your streak, but we're always gonna be here for you. The leaves are fast growing, but vulnerable, like quickly decomposing. Wasn't in its presence. Constantly replaced with lower layers and a constant rain of constant rain of ash. Of ash. Building up to create a thick layer of silt. Building up over time to create a thick layer of silt, which stops smaller competition. I did add this here. I don't know why I didn't add it over here though. Insert one column to the right. Why are you a cat? Because it was redeemed, and I'm always a cat. I'm a cat cow. I'm a cat cow. What do you mean, why am I a cat? Their leaves are fast growing but vulnerable to light, quickly decomposing in its presence. This results in the top layer of leaves constantly. And the lower layers. Wobbly cat. I'm a squishy cat. Is a cat cow. Me, I'm a cat cow. 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 Avatar. Avatar like cat people, man. I'm a cat cow. What the fuck? This is awfully racist of you all. Why did you say I become cat cow? Cat and cows are my favorite animals. I was gonna be a cat girl, but I really like cows, and so I'm cat cow. Last Airbender, not blue cunts. Bro, what does this have to do with the Avatar The Last Airbender, man? Are there cat cows in Avatar? If there's not, you're spewing bullshit right now. And,
maincoow, main cuttings, maincoow, hype mod, maincoow, main cuttings, maincoow, hype mod.
Animals mashups too. Are bison? Air bison aren't. Momo and Momo is just a flying lemur. They're just like flying. These are real flying bison, you bum. Also, Pixels, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 53 months. Mwah. Most of the animals, yeah, 53 months. Pixel been here for a long time. And also, what the main two animals. The main two animals, Momo and Appa, are just kind of flying that version of animals, you nut. So those, like, that's fair. There are pig cows. Appa's a cat bus. He is not a cat, bro. He is literally, like, he's literally a bison. He's literally just a bison. He's not a cat. He's a bison. He's literally a sky bison. And cat buses have people live within them. Like, ride within them. Appa has people ride on him. That's the baby version. Yeah, the big version still don't look like a cat. In Korra, they still don't look like motherfucking cats. And Momo was originally a robot? What the fuck? Get out of here with that. Lion, turtle, aardvark, sloth, lampaka, badger, mole. I see no cat cow, my guy. I see no cacao. Bark. No, they don't look like cat. Exactly. They look like bison. Look at a little baby bison, though. Little baby bison. That's cute. I'm gonna crash out. I'm a unique creature. Also, Pixels, your writing, you and Artie's writing is gonna give me a fucking heart attack, man. About to have a heart attack. I was reading how the magic system works, and y'all about to give me a fucking heart attack. Also, you have 2 of these templates. These assets, you have 2. Kappa. I know what a Kappas look like. Kappas? I know what a Kappas looks like. But it's different. What about it? Bruh. Okay, hold on. I'm about to give me a heart attack. This asset list. You have asset list and asset list. If you fucking delete this, I'll kill you.
Yeah, that's the old one that we don't need anymore because the new one is on the drive.
Okay.
So the old one.
Yeah, because I was like looking at the old one. I'm like, there's nothing here. Where is everything that they're writing?
Yeah.
But anywho, I was gonna do a magic one, and you guys didn't have like this symbol here, the thing. So this was just very hard for me to read. And this one, this means by which one's request those changes is categorized by whether it is direct or indirect and the level of skill and nuance. I was like, brother, what the actual fuck does this sentence mean?
By which one requests those changes. So the way that someone requests those changes is, I'm not saying it's not hard to read, but the way that someone requests those changes is categorized by whether or not it is a direct or indirect communication and the level of skill and nuance of the person doing the request. So if you need understanding that, I can help. That's fair.
I don't want to. You guys write the scripts. You guys write the scripts. You know how hard this is for me to read?
To be fair, this has only had one passive writing and is the most esoteric systems in the game.
It's the first ones in the goddamn list. You can't be putting things in the goddamn top of the list.
So we started with those because they are like the foundational esoteric eldritch shit, and then we build up on top of that with things that are easier to understand.
I'm over here dying of sickness. Dying of sickness. No, just normal sinus sickness. I don't know. My nose feels stuffed, but it's like it's empty. And then the back of my throat. No, like in here. Yeah. And then my throat feels like post-nasal drip throat. I drank some cider. It helped. No, I don't want to pass the fuck out on stream. No. 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 I already have a stimulant in my body. I don't want to mix stimulants. Is it okay to mix Adderall and ibuprofen? Sudafed. No.
That's why we look
Pixel told me I can mix
No.
2. He said it would be fine to mix 2 stimulants in my body. If I had just trusted you, though. I could have just trusted you on this, and I was like, yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah. No, you said that after.
Well, yeah, that's how it always.
You could have cooked me. You could have cooked me. I could have been cooked. But you can't. No, it says you're not supposed to.
Because they're both stimulants, exactly. But like, your Adderall's gonna wear off in a couple hours.
Adderall would have a dog. It is. What? No. Just fix your writing, damn it. I'm tired. Tired. Yeah, but I don't know if this is just like I'm tired and that's why it's
You
making
just
me.
gave me a bunch of sick symptoms, and we were sick last week.
You were sick last week.
You also
I've been
spread-
mildly sick, and I've been
That's how
taking
it
care
is.
of myself. And did you take your vitamin D medicine today?
No, I didn't take.
Yeah,
any.
you fucking
I haven't
asshole. Shut
taken
the fuck
anything.
up. I've been taking my medicine every day. You come in here and be like, blah, 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 blah.
That's not. That's different. You need to, more medicine because you're sick. How come when I'm sick, you believe me about not taking medicine, but when you're sick, you're not allowed to?
Because I've been feeling like my nasal passages have been inflamed for like a week. And you're like,
You didn't tell me that.
I have told you this multiple times. I've told you this multiple times.
This is the first time you gave me a specific list.
No, specifically my nose being clogged, but it being empty, and my throat feeling like post nasal drip. I have told you at least twice. I know because I was a big baby about it in bed, and I rolled up in a little taco, being like, "I feel this way," and you're like, "It'll be okay," and I'm like, "Okay." I'm about to eat this man. I'm gonna. I'd like you to write the rest of this goddamn script. I'm just kidding. Well, I mean, have you been proofreading my stuff? New one. There's only one new one. This one was from last week.
I honestly don't remember if I read that one last week.
I don't know what's happening. I'm so tired. Yeah, like if it's wrong, reword it
Yeah, no,
and stuff. But you don't have to do that today because I know you're writing a lot of stuff. So do it tomorrow. Do it tomorrow so it has a day to cook. I don't think so. Yeah, hightail tonight. You even alive with bones? That's what I'm thinking. Give me bacon. Give me bacon. No. This is not bacon. This is not bacon. This is not bacon. I don't know, sure. Heartier snack? But I have bacon. No, I had a lot of fruit. Okay, goodbye. I made bacon today. I want more bacon. I want more bacon. We were giving her suggestions, but she told us no. I said I was lazy. I didn't say no. I just said I didn't want to. Mothering the competition. But in the such a rare occurrence, they will, over the span of years, eventually topple the impact and scatter the fist-sized seed. I don't know how to write this one. Let's see. There are too many words in this. Life is standing dozens of meters tall. They represent the majority of the biomass within the swamps. Their canopies grow wider than their bases. With an overarching canopy. Their leaves are fast growing, but are vulnerable to light, quickly decomposing in its presence. This results in the top layer of leaves constantly being replaced. This results in the top layer of leaves turning into a constant rain of ash, building up over constant rain of ash. Up over time, which stops new plants from growing. which stops new plants from spreading, smothering the competition. Light mass plants have a curiosity of absorbing and somehow liquefying sunlight using the same way that these plants use sap. This one of the very few sources of light in the pearly shaded subcanopy, with the breaks in the barks ejecting glowing liquid. How is sap made? Sap made. Sap is made by trees and stored energy and collected in the spring. Collecting, storage. How tree grows sap though? Tree build up reservoirs. I don't know. But what is sap made from? What is sap made from? What is tree sap? Tree sap is a nutrient especially liquid of the tree circulatory system, transmitting water minerals from the roots and sugars from the leaves throughout the tree. Then, similar to how trees not only being the main main source of swamp ecology, not only as the light mass plant serve as a foundation of the swamp and habitat, also provides light. It's glowing sap that are being created from water and sugars is created by from water and sugars is transformed. Hi, Shippy! Formed. Not only does the light mass plant serve as a foundation of the swamp in terms of habitat, it also provides light with its glowing sap. Sap. Instead of being created. Can't say I gotta go to bed. Good night. Good night. Creating glowing sap. Creating price light. Unlike typical tree variants, the light mass plant creates almost tumorous, I would say. These are like the trees from Valheim, huh? With the guck.
Similar with the duck. Although I'm not entirely sure if the duck is like part of the tree or something that grows on the tree. I'm not really sure what the duck is.
I presume that it's part of the tree because it's like the sap collector. And also, is this saying it turns light into sap instead of water and sugar?
Yeah.
Okay. Just my question.
The sun energy. Because if I remember correctly, yeah, it's immune to radiant because it's sucking the radiant. Makes sense.
Oh, random. I'm sorry, I crashed out. Yeah, I feel sick and I don't.
I forced away sometimes because sometimes when I'm feeling sick, you mask that you've been feeling bad, and so it feels like it kind of felt like now you're like being more upfront about the fact that you've been feeling very acute. I know that you were also sick.
I think I'm just explaining it more because I am more sick than I was before.
But also, in your defense, every time we both been sick, you've been a lot less sick than me. With the exception of
Okay.
like when I got COVID, I was like dead. You were like medium roasted, except for like 2 days when you were dead.
I cooked it in my body. I cooked COVID in my body. No, I'm good, thank you. Just by context, there's no cosplay, but we vibe. What con? What con are you gonna go to? Create sap from absorbing and transferring to a vibrant X color. It's called MegaCon, which is like a Comic Con. Ooh, cool. It's the basis for small oases of the light of the light of. Okay, that's all I can do. My brain is cooked now. I am cooked. I am cooked. I am cooked. Chat, I'm cooked. I am cooked.
Oh, baby, no, my POV, I'm at your door.
Oh my goodness. Hello. Hello, oh, excuse me, sorry. Hello, Suna. Welcome on in. Hello. How was Minecraft? Have a good time playing Minecraft. We're just hanging out, finishing up, scripting for the day, and then we're gonna record, and then we're gonna go play Hightail. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to me. Otherwise, hope you enjoy hanging out. I hope you enjoy hanging out. Hi, it was fun. We found a stranded at sea mod pack and I played it with my friends. Ooh, that sounds so fun. I hope you all had such a good time. I hope you all had such a good time. Dun 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 dun. My brain is cooked. My brain is cooked. Now we gotta record scripts, but my brain is very cooked. I'm so cooked. I am so cooked. Save. Close. We don't have a thumbnail for that one. Yet. Oh, also, if you don't know who I am, oh fuck, there's an ad. Hold on. Snooze that shit. If you don't know who I am, my name is Lane, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I make TikTok videos and I try not to be cooked by getting sick. Okay. Also, I got the mailers. I just have to get them in from the mailbox. And then I gotta ship them. I gotta ship them. I gotta find the label. I gotta get labels. I gotta get labels for them. I need OBS. OBS Studio. I'll do Vibe and Shine first because I can. I'm already in Squisho mode. So I think it just makes sense. And in VTube Studio. Boop. Close. VTube Studio offline. Alright. Oh, I'm actually technically I could be in 2 different models. I forgot. I'll be a squishy first. I'll be a squishy man. Vitamins. shoot. I forgot vitamins doesn't have an alternative, like an offline mode. Continue. I'll log back in later. Later. Connect. Connect? Yeah. This one. Wait, connect to this one? Yeah. Here we go. Oop. There we go. Okay. That's the wrong one. Hotkeys. Shy is control 5. Be sure to take care of yourself. That means getting enough water. Just like this elephant shrew. Just like this elephant shrew who makes sure that they're hydrated so they don't end up looking like going to the hospital looking like a dried sponge. Taking care of yourself also means getting enough nutrients. Just like this little pupper and their excellent diet. I bet if you make sure to nourish your body, you'll look just as cute. And being cute means you'll get all the that you deserve, like this little grandma, because they drank their ensure. Because they drank their ensure, got to have a nice warm heated blankie straight from the dryer. Okay. All right. Okay. Be sure to take care of yourself. That means getting enough water. Just like this little elephant shrew who makes sure that they are hydrated so they don't end up going to the hospital and looking like a dried sponge. Taking care of yourself also means getting enough nutrients, just like this little pupper and their excellent diet. I bet if you made sure to nourish your body, you'd look just as cute. And being cute means that you get all that you deserve, just like this little grandma who, because they drank their ensure, got to have a nice warm blankie straight from the dryer. Go bunda winky. The winker! This model can change over to the other one. Oh, it's control 8. And then control 1. Done. This one. 56. Let's go 56. Do 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 do. Shove this one on up. Like clips. Why is it so quiet? Open volume mixer. I think it's on 100. Weird. Doesn't have to do with this guy. There we go. Doop doop doop. I don't understand why it's so quiet. I guess I could do it this way. Hold on. Let me redo my. Hold on. There you go. I think that's better. I feel like it's a little quiet. Okay. Oh no, you go in here. Okay. There we go. What the whoop? Whoop. There we go. And let's go here, and then I can save this guy, and then say this one got recorded. This one, save, and then we do the next one. At a time before ours, before the universe, from the darkest depths of the abyssal plane comes one of the most creative 3D VTubers around. Dead Sun Prime has slowly stretched his tentacles, grasping knowledge of Unreal Engine 3D and even coding. They have a bunch of fun toggles and secret redeems that have a bunch of fun toggles and secret redeems that have good dinner. They have a bunch of fun toggles and secret redeems that you may be able to figure out if you stick around long enough. If you ask nicely, Dead Sun may also give you an epic tour of their home and sneak peeks of what's to come. Traveling through endless realities, Dead Sun shares his experiences with his friends and us viewers, which can vary from Minecraft, Sea of Thieves, Repo, and whatever else Dead Sun can wrap his tentacles around. If you're interested in checking out the realm beyond, if you're interested in checking out the realms beyond mortal minds, then follow and support Dead Sun on their socials. Oh, I also forgot one thing. Close. Fuck. Anyone else? I forgot to change this to 105. The highlight template. There we go. Dead Sun Prime. What number is this? 69. 69 underscore Dead Sun Prime. No. 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 What is the thing for the control? Oh, it's control 9. Okay. There you go.
So here working on this cover letter, and then I hear a plug in the background. A plug? A plug? A plug? A plug? Like a dealer? Like a drug dealer? Oh. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? What is happening? You doing an ad? It's not an ad, it's a TikTok. It's a TikTok. This is why it's not an ad, it's my TikTok videos. These are my TikTok videos. The only thing I'm advertising is that I'm a good VTuber. Yeah, I should have fixed it. Gotta fix that though. Jesus. Takes not just ads for your Twitch? Not really. Not really. Most times they're ads for other VTubers. Who gave this cat access to the internet? Oh no. I have been spotted. Who gave this echidna access to the internet? Maybe it's not who the cat that should be in question. Maybe it is you who should be in question. Where'd all the time go? Starting to fall. Oh. I fucked up the cover. Maybe I am sick. Dead Sun! Yeah, we love Dead Sun. We're doing a video on Dead Sun next week. Or this week. Don't look at me, bro. I don't know anything about TikTok. I don't have that app. Listen. You have a YouTube, I bet. All my TikTok videos get posted on YubTub as well. Yub bum. I did. I was bum kiss. Nope. She don't use YouTube really anymore. Damn. Damn, you really don't love us, do you? You're looking kind of cute in that clip. That's what I'm saying. There we go. Whoop. I want to spank his little bald head so bad, but it's squishy. I feel like it'd be like smooth, like a bald head. A jiggle for sure. Maybe like I feel like a little bit.
Feel like it would jiggle at least a little bit. Little jiggle. Yeah, I just realized the ad, quote unquote ad, that Mr. Swallow thinks I was reading was not an ad, but instead a video for another VTuber that I wanted to make, which is this one. So, rude. It's still like a 30-second video, though. That's okay. Okay, now we're gonna try this new thing, I guess. Which I don't know if I'll like it, so we'll see. Where'd all the time go? Running too far. This one. Make it bigger. I don't think I like this. I think I'd rather keep it like this. Okay. Twibber and then replace VGen. Where's the VGen one? Open my eyes. Ad, promotion, highlight, all is the same, only does you get paid or not, and this isn't paid, so it's not an ad. Ooh! Got him. Fair game. 24. And when I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Another version of me I was in. Cool. Oh, my brain is cooking. It's cooking. But we gotta get through this. And then I can play some Hytale. And then maybe I won't feel so cooked. These are wrong buttons. Okay. I want my cardigan. There you go. That's fine. Locking Gamer, you got this. Thank you, Echidna. After not one, not two, but 4 existential crises, Shaunacorn is here to entertain with a little bit of pain. And by that, I mean he will always enjoy a good challenge when playing games, whether it's putting games at the hardest difficulty or having a fun challenge that he makes on himself. Playing a bit of anything and everything, including horror, RPGs, and a variety of indie games. Sean plays a bit of everything and anything, including horror, RPGs, and even a variety of indie games. Not only is Sean hilarious with his bits, and he not only is Sean hilarious with the bits that he intends to do, not only is Sean hilarious with the bits that he tends to do, but also Not only is Sean hilarious with his bits that he tends to do, but there's also his masochistic tendencies that will have you ever amused. So, if you can't find that last unicorn, I definitely check out their socials and their artists. Works for me! I can feel my brain frying. No. I sleep. Good night, Poggy! Yes, I sleep well. Good night. Good night, my dear. Go good night. Sleep well, no problem. Have a good stream. Thank you. Good night. With you, I'll be away. That's about to happen to me. Good night, Princess. Good night, Princess Pocky. Go here. place. Someone only. Hey, don't you? Okay, there we go. Oops. Oh my god. I can't see. I cannot see. I feel like usually I edit the first little intro-y bit. Anyway. Oops. Boop, 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 boop. Link clips. What was it? Straight up. I believe a dollar. Okay, there we go. I just got scammed. What happened? Cry a legendary for 20 minutes and it didn't drop a legendary. Oof! Big oof, my dear. I am sorry. I don't know if I want this as the intro clip. Like that. Huh? Hold on. How'd the normal clip go? I feel like I was right in this. Okay, I guess. Okay, just. Oh my god. Okay, this one. This goes up here. Oh, I don't need that part. Okay. Okay. And then go here. And then go back one. And then we zoom. And then twirl it a little bit. But bring it up. So it's like. Link clips this one. Hi Ash, welcome on in. How you doing today? Hope you're having a lovely day. Wait, what? Wait. Why didn't these line up? Link clips. How do you come over? I'm from Western Australia. What the fuck, Australia? That's cool. How's it over there? It got nice weather? Is the weather nice? What's the weather like over there? Is it nice? I want to know. Tell me. Are you American? I am in America. I am in the Americas. I am in the Americas. Unfortunately, a little bit. Okay, and then this one. Right? Wait, no. I want the rotation angle as well. That's why. Okay. And then maybe I should go here and then zoom it in a bit more. And then, have you been outside the US before? No, I have not. I have never been outside the US of A. I've only been in the UA of S. Only ever. Because I don't have money for that. I'm poor. Poor. Sure. And then link clips. Oops. Oops. Don't care. I'm poor? Oh man, you're poor too. Shit. But I went outside the US. How do you afford going outside the US if you're poor? You can't be poor and well, actually, that's wrong. You can be poor and leave America, but you can't be poor and come to America, I feel like. I'm so cooked, bro. Give me go back to V-stars. I save money? Okay, well, what kind of job you be making where you can save that much money? I want to know. Drop them deets. Are they remote hiring? Do they want a VTuber? You have to look out for dirt cheap flights. Like, if you time it right, you can get a round trip to Europe for $200. Save money only works if you have money. Yeah. All my money goes to rent. Long pause. Long pause. What about your parents? They were born in the Koreas, so yeah. And my dad was in the army, so yes. And my mom used to own a travel agency, so yes. Oh my god, look at all this fuck up. Man, my brain must actually be cooked. Thank you for the follow. Holy shit, my stuff is loud. I don't know what to do about this because if I turn my headset down, I'm not gonna be able to hear Da Vinci. You half Korean? I'm full Korean, brother. Both of my parents were born in the Koreas. Hi, Shadow. Oh, hell no. I turned a corner and there's a fucking Asyltron. Asyltron? That sounds bad. I don't know what that means, but that sounds bad. Replace this one with this one. Replace this one with this one. Why you been to Korea since you was a kid? I was born in America, bruh. My parents were born in Korea. I was born in Americas. I'm American. I'm American. Are you American or Americant? I'm American. I exported that wrong too. Ah. Oh. Oh, I'm so cooked. Mean, not bean. But what you mean you're creative since you... Huh? 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 What do you mean, Ash? If your parents are a race, that makes you that race. And I've visited since you... Because my parents were poor. My parents came here for the better life. They didn't go back for the better life. They came here for the better life. And then they've been poor. Super army robot with face lasers? Oh, fuck. Fuck him up, Vex. I believe in you. You got this, Pookie. You got the Pookie, I believe. Okay, Dead Sons is recorded. This one is recorded. It's so fucking over. No, it's not over till it's over. Keep trying. You speak Korean? Only a smidgen. Not enough to ever visit, really, but a smidgen. I ran away from it right into the arms of a deathclaw. Okay, it might be a little Jover. It might be a little Jover for you. Maybe a little bit. I need to drink some normal water. Maybe that'll help. I actually gonna get mauled. At least have fun with it before you die. Altogether, virtual co-working is a digital third space designed to help you focus and stay connected. Work or study with your friends and strangers from all over the world. Play in full screen on the side of your screen or in transparent sticker mode. You can also use productivity tools including a customizable Pomodoro timer and to-do list to stay on track. Meet up in a variety of locations including a library, treehouse, and floating lily pads. Find the focus animation for your character that matches your real-life tasks, like reading, doing chores, or painting. You can even make your avatar your own, choosing from a huge variety of... Sorry, I had a burp. You can even make your avatar your own, choosing from a huge variety of human and animal customization options. If you work from home and are ready to hang out, lock in, and repeat, then you should grab a copy of On Together today. No, but to be real though, talking about the whole traveling and being outside the US, I wouldn't mind. Like, I want to travel someday. Just not right now because I have no money and I'd be sad to be away from... I love my cat. I'm a little codependent on my cat a little bit. And so being away from my cat for more than like a week makes me sad. I'm using a varmint rag. I can barely kill a dog. Oh. Spread your booty cheeks and lube it on up. Don't clip that. I just want to go play hightail. A weekend in Canada, perchance? I could do that. I have quite a few people that I know that live in Canada that wouldn't mind visiting. I wouldn't mind doing that. I would not mind doing that. Tell you what, would not mind doing that. Maybe I am cooked. I keep like trying to do things and like the bare minimum task. I feel like I'm just dog watering. I'm just dog watering right now. My face, a little flush. Tell you what, little flush. Now I want to go to Canada. I want to go to Canada. Oh, say, can you see the snowy cliffs of Canada? I keep forgetting to turn this down in the base file. Hold on, let me check the voice meter stuff. Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. Let me turn my headset back down to where it was. Yes, god damn it, Vex. Sorry. Take your money. All I wanna do is bam, 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 bam. Take your money. Oh. Fuck. Okay. Okay. I've gotten a DM for something. Hold on, I'm excited. What is this? Yippee! Okay. Take your money. Okay, what is this? What are you from? I don't understand. Open volume mixer. It shit's all at 100% and it's quiet as fuck. I don't understand. I don't understand why they're so quiet. Why is it so quiet? Oh, because of this. Oh, motherfucker, don't reset. Brain is also cooked. Let's go. We all cooked. Take your money. All I wanna do is bam, 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 bam. Take your money. All I wanna do is bam, 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 bam. Take your money. This one. Now can I hear stuff? Mouse? Oh, it's on the wrong side. Okay. Okay. Why is it glitching out now? Why are you glitching now? Is it because it's too loud? I don't know if that's just a Vinky, if that's me, or what. What is happening? Oh, here comes unstuck. Running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your lieutenant. I love you when you're singing that song, and I throw 'cause you wanna say the words wrong. Oops. Pog. Pog. Poggies. Poggies and my FF loggies. You guys don't know what that meme means, but no, it's funny. This one. This one. There we go. Okay. A platypus. Wait. Platypussy glows in the dark? Being a duck-billed, egg-laying, venomous weirdo isn't strange enough for a platypus. Yup, to add to their ever-growing list of oddities, this strange yet adorable little creature also has the ability to glow under UV light. Similar to other mammalian species, such as a flying squirrel and opossums, platypuses show sign of biofluorescence when under UV light. For other mammals, this feature helps them camouflage, communicate, and for mating displays, but for this evolutionary science experiment creature, it's just a cool trait to have as far as we know. For other mammals, this feature helps them camouflage, communicate, and for mating displays, but for this evolutionary science experiment, it's just a cool trait to have as far as we know. As a bonus fact, Perry the Platypus was teal, not as an inspiration, but maybe as an unintended prediction, since Dan Pevin. Povenmire? And as a bonus fun fact, Perry the Platypus was teal, not as an inspiration, but maybe as an unintended prediction, since Dan Povenmire thought teal was a cool color. There we go. Orange smokes at night. Did you know 34 poggies? Edit labels. This one. This one. What were those fun facts? It was about platypus. They were fun facts about platypuses. Platypuses glow under UV light, and Perry the Platypus is teal not because they glow teal, but just because Dan liked teal. Yeah. I might turn this clip down just a little bit. Yeah, I like that. And make this a 4. Yeah, it was pretty fun. It's a fun fact. Template. What am I doing? Did you know? Hello, Dog Sweaters Monthly. How are you doing today? Hope we're having a wonderful day. Bjork. And this one go. Apply. Is this 105 or this just 100? It's just 100. As long as it fits, it can be 100. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Nope. Boop. Was that? Yeah, I woke up and didn't have to work. A fine day. A fine day indeed, my friend. I hope that it's been a nice, relaxing one for you. Oh, wait, I did this wrong. Fuck, I just remember formatted that immediately. Fuck, it was a really good one, too. It's okay. The moment you remember it, you can tell us. And it'll be great. And I'll write it down. Okay, I can't run that varmint rifle as much as I like. It just can't keep up. Damn. Damn. And then boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. I hope I said the creator's name right. I probably didn't, but that's okay. Oh, I did it! I did it! And it's only 6:30. Let's fucking go, chat! Let's fucking go! I did it! Close. Exit. I did it. Can you believe it? I did it. Alright, I'm gonna... Oh my goodness. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up really quick. I'm gonna go bathroom. Get a little more water in me. And then we are going to go play some hightail. Sound good? Sound good? I hope that sounds good because I'll be right back. play Hightail. Let's do. Oops. That's not what I meant to click. Also, hello, J-Lo! Hello, hello, hello. This is not what I wanted, but I do want to change my fit. We're going out. We're gonna be a farmer. Yay, it's a line. Yay! Hello. Let's put us on game. I'm gonna hide the stream avatars for now. I guess my plan. It'll still be on. W or L bacon W. It was awesome bacon. It was awesome. It was delicioso. Okay. My avatar. I have to also turn on the audio for this. It is a little quiet. Okay, my avatar. Oh, I want... Okay, let's see if I can make me. Head. I don't want mustache, though. No mustache. Okay. Oh, wait. There you go. Okay. I like this one. That's pretty cool. Do they have a side braid by any chance? By any chance, do they have the side braid? Please. Please. Oh, that's cute. Oh. Let's see what braids they got. They got this one? That one's not bad. It's the twin braid. Is the dead mom braid? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. The only thing about braids is, like, they don't usually put it to the side, which makes me sad. Can I be a lady? I feel like my character isn't a lady. Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Oh, I took off the eyebrows. Wait, I have, like, stubble. Why do I have stubble? Elena is my fave dead mom for real, for real. I submit you're raising your own death flag. Wait. I am confused. How be lady? I want to be a lady. How do I be a lady? I have stubble. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yippee! Head haircut. How do I change my skin color? Ooh, we can change that color. That's cool. I'm like a pinky. Also, my face tracking is like a little off. There we go. I like this one. Muscular default. Muscular default. Do 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 do. Ooh, I like this one. Make up freckles. Control wizened. Oh, so you can only have one of these. Interesting. Mouth. Gotta have lips. Ooh. We don't have human ears, though. Hey. I guess I'm fine with, like, the down ears. And then now we gotta get hair. This one's really cute. I like this short bob. This one's also cute. I like the accessories in it. So this one has feline, but you could also have like human ears. Which bug the shit out of me. Hey, this one's cute. I wish they had like pigtails. I guess like low pig. Oh, what's this one? Oh, buns. This one's cute. I don't know if that's like a bow on the top though. Locked cosmetics. Oh. Got it. Their only pigtails are like the up pigtails. And like down pigtails. Oh my god. These are kind of like our bangs, but like if only they had a long-haired version of this, I guess. Do they? I want like a longer hair version of this one. I don't know if they'll have it though. I guess we could look like ponytails and then see which braid, like, hair. This one's not the worst. I hope we can change it. I bet we could change it later, right? These are the buns. Little buns. I mean, this was like a little hoge on top. Yeah, we'll go with this one. Eyebrows. I'm fine with that one. Red. Oh my god. Yeah, we can do like a darker red. Almond. Goat. Medium. Large. Bam. Vampire. Reptile. Goat. Frog. I like the large ones. And these are the beards. And then we can get a head accessory. Oh, look, God, they have bunny ears. That's actually really cute. A flower crown. Oh my goodness. That's actually really cute. A flower. There's so many flowers. Oh my god. I might do a flower. I have a straw hat. Ooh, me like this. This is fun. I do like this, but I also like a flower. I might do the goggles, though. This one's nice, though. I like this one a lot. Okay, let's look at the outfits. Underwear. I want these one. Bandeau. This one. I like the one with the stripes. Night. I like the freckles ones a lot. The freckle one's really cute. I think I'll stick with that one. That one's good. That one's good. Outfits! Oh my goodness. Paint splatter. A flower. I don't think we can make our outfit. Or if they have something close to one of our outfits, that'd be pretty cool. Do they have overalls by any chance? Well, they have a sweater. They have a sweater. Hold on. They have a sweater. What is this? Is hightail. I'll play a hightail right now. Arkansas, I do love my mom and pa. The way that I to love you. No low tail? No, only high tail. Unfortunately, only high tail. This is kind of like our top. They have no overalls, though? No overalls? I would like overalls. Do I have any overalls? Please. Oh, these are cute. The farmer dress is cute. Wait, hold on. Let me take this off so I can see what's the top. I want... That's interesting. You can't have... I finally got free from the nephew. Hello, goodbye, nephew! I want overalls, man. You gonna tell me that there's no overalls in this? That's a tunic. Do they not have overalls? Not like jeans. They don't. Fuck. Okay, then we should find, I guess, a top that we like. That's pretty on brand for us. Surely there should be that's what I'm saying. I'm not seeing overalls, though. I'm not seeing any overalls. Fall slightly waste and pay phone calls. If not there with you. A sweater. A different sweater. A hoodie. I like this dress. The adventurer's dress. That one's kind of nice. Apron. I'm so sad that they don't. It doesn't look like they have like an overall. Got like a fucking hoodie. Yeah, there's no overalls. Try trousers. The trousers are just the trouser pants, though. I don't... Wait. Long dungarees? Wait. Hold on. Ew. Wait, does this mean we can't have a shirt? No, we can. Thank gosh! Oh my god. We're saved. We are saved. We are saved, chat. Okay, now I have to find a sweater that matches our sweater. I want like an old off-the-shoulder one. I know having off-the-shoulder might be a lot to ask, though. Thank you, Kiwi. Off-the-shoulder might be a bit much to ask. Wide neck shirt. I don't mind this. I don't mind this. And then I can make the dungarees brown. Dungarees braced pant. Oh, okay. I kind of wish it didn't have like this kind of like gray in it. Oh, these are normal dungarees. I have short dungarees. I think it's a true thing also that they call them dungarees. Black. No. Brown. Dungarees short. And then this is braced short. See, like, I like how, like, the brace shorts, it's just brown. Whereas, like, the dungarees are so, like, light. But, beggars can't be choosers. So, sockies. Do we want socks? I mean, shoes don't really show it. We need boots. We need boots. Can we have, like, cuter boots? Oh, those are kind of cute. My shoes are, like, blue, though. I'm trying to make my VTuber. If you can't tell, I'm trying to make my VTuber in hightail. Oh, these are cute.
Open the door, POV, I'm at your door. Open the door.
Oh my gosh, hold on. Hello. Oh shit, wait.
Open the door,
Oh my
POV, I'm at
goodness,
your
Talk
door.
and Go, welcome on in. You guys, The puppies are off the leash. Well, welcome on in. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I've unleashed the puppies. Well, welcome on in. I hope your art collab was good today. We're just getting into Hightail. I'm taking the next 5 hours to look at cosmetics. But welcome on in. I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. It was so fun. I'm so glad. If you guys need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us as I look into Hightail. Yippee! Bork, 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 bork. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hold on, Q. We have to scroll up to what you said because I am on a different computer. Dungarees are casual and fashion forward, while overalls are functional workwear. Oh, that makes sense. But we're about to be a farmer. We need the workwear. But welcome on in, everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Feel free to tell us how your stream went while I look for a pair of shoes that I like. My shoes are blue, though. In this outfit, they are also blue. They are blue and red because they're sneakers. So I have to find... I think these sneakers work, though. Not mad about these ones. Red sneakers would be kind of nice. I think I kind of like the red sneakers. For the love. I'm trying to see if I want a different top, though. I kind of like this top. I think I kind of like this top. And then... what is the headpiece? Oh, you can also have glasses. You have a little band-aid. Of course I want a little band-aid. Do I have this centered band-aid, though? It doesn't look like I have a centered band-aid, but that's okay. That's okay. And then now I'm torn between, wouldn't you need boots if you're a farmer? Listen, Kiwi, hold on. Now I gotta go to the other computer. Hold on. Listen, actually, I'm lazy. I want to do it this way. I'm lazy. I'm doing it this way. Listen, my outfit currently does not have, I'm not that well prepared. Where is it? Listen, okay, I'm about this prepared, okay? This is the outfit we're basing it on, okay? And I'm about yay prepared, okay? Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in from the raid. Feel free to tell us how your day's going. I kind of want this. But, like, we don't have that in our outfit. They have, like, a headscarf by any chance? The flowers can be pink? Oh, wait, they have, like, a cute little hair bow. Oh, but it doesn't sit on the ponytail, which kind of sucks. Oh, thank you for the head pet. They have a hat. They have a scarf. A little beanie. Oh, it's coming out coyote. I'm trying to pick what. I think I want a flower. I think I might stick with the flower. Which, if we're gonna do a flower, we might make it a red flower just to kind of tie in with everything. Okay. Open my frames instead. I wish it was like a more of a darker red, to be honest. I think I'm gonna do the peony. The peony! I think I like this. And there's a cape. I guess we have this one. No neck. No neck. Default. Let's do a no neck. I don't know what this is from. Forest Guardian Early Access Standard. Oh, okay, I see. And then there are other ones. Cool. Were there any, like, head accessories that are exclusive that are, like, special? There are. That makes sense. Okay. I think this is my character, though. I don't know if I want to give her the cape. I think I might not do the cape. This cape looks cool, though. This one? That looks cool. Okay. Alright. Save. That's pretty cute. I think this was pretty cute. Alright. Let's... servers? My roommate has a server. Okay, hold on. I have to hide this really quick. Oops. I was looking up the animals for possible pets, and you're going to love the cows. Let's fucking go, dude. I'm excited. Okay, hold on. I have to grab the server stuff. Like an alcoholic. What the fuck do you mean? Add server. Server. Oh, wait. the fucking... Okay. Hit me with precision. Okay. Whoa! Okay. First gate of the echo. Turn that on. Turn that back on. What's this? Oh, I broke it. I have to pick up flat cat mushroom. Okay, I have a flat cat mushroom now. Okay. We're in the world. I want to look at the settings. Video, full screen on, VSync on, off, on, unlimited FPS off. Graphics preset. I want them epic. Save changes. Turn the game. Hiding the super secret local IP up. Nice. What's that? Is that a bird? Is shift around? Shift. There's a duck. There's a duck. The ducks are flying. Look at them ducks. Ooh, what is this? Harvest the berry bush. I got a berry from a berry bush. Ooh, look at all these flowers. Did you change your username? I made it maincoow. I just made it maincoow. Pile of sticks. I got some sticks. Got some sticks. Oh my god, some carrots? Can I eat it? What is this? Essence of life? What the fuck? Ooh, you started out with a good amount of inventory space. There's a rabbit. Look, there's a rabbit. There's a rabbit. Turn off. Oh, you can? Yeah, I'd like it to go into my inventory. Oh, inventory. Wait, this one can go in hotbar. Camera shake effect off. View bobbing effect off. Okay. There's no motion blur, right? Okay, I'm not seeing motion blur, so that makes me happy. It's becoming nighttime. There's a blood rose. I got a blood rose. How do I make a torch? I need plant fiber and tree sap. I can make a campfire though. Motion blur is the worst. That's what I'm saying. Look, there's a moon. What's that over there? Hold on, there's a thing over there. I don't know what we're listening to, but it's kind of a bop. What is that? Is that a zombie? Wait, can we make like a sword? I need plant fire. Ooh, damn. I'm like afraid to fight. How do I get plant fiber? Do I gotta break up? What's this? What is this? The blood moon. Shut the fuck up. Oh, keep that on. What's in here? What's this? It's a bucket. Can I have it? I can have it. Ooh. These. Don't really want those mushrooms. Hello. Hello? What the fuck? There's a portal? What the fuck is that? Hello? Oh, I'm not ready. I'm sorry. That's cool. I hope he doesn't chase me out. Can I? Is there a map? Okay. I marked it, I think, on my map. Where are we? Wow. This is a big old map. Oh, I like I like this. Oh, wait. How do I make place marker? Wait. How do I... Okay, I don't know how to make, like... Oh, wait. Okay, there. I think? Wait. I want to make a house over there. Where is over there? Over there is this way. I don't know how to get plant fire. How do I get plant fire? Oh, there we go. There we go. I'd like to make it. I need tree sap. I probably have to cut down a tree. I can take a stab at it. I can make a crude. Oh, I can make stuff now. Okay, cool. Let's put that there. I don't have enough stuff for anything else though. Because I need more stone. I need more stone. You want me? I wish I knew. It's so dark. I got lavender. Ooh. There's a piggy! Come back, we're gonna make tea. No. We're gonna squish me. What's this? It's a squirrel! Oh, hello, squirrel. White cap mushroom. I wish there was like a mini map. What's that? Oh, what is that? What is that? Oh! Oh, Jesus! Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. Where are your legs? Where are your legs? Oh God, there's multiple. I'm scared. Oh, no. Oh, get away from me. Ooh, you dropped something. Get away from me. Ow, he hurt me. Am I infected? Am I infected? Am I gonna become whatever the fuck this guy is? Essence of the Void. Cool. Well, I have abilities. Hey, dude. Oh, God. Got him. I got him, chat. Don't you worry. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. What's the pond that I'm looking for? There's a pond out here. Can I make a torch, please? No? Okay. Need more stone. I wonder if we can just punch stone. Is punching stone a thing? Is that a sheep? It's a sheep! Hello, sheep. Hello, sheep. Is this a baby sheep? Is this a baby sheep? Come look at me. Look at me, child. Child, look at me. He doesn't have a walking animation. He just kind of slides. Wait, look at me. Look at him. Get a look at your face. Please. That's a bear! No! The bear is gonna kill the sheep! No! No! Not the sheep! Bear, leave the sheep alone! As a child! Oh my God, he looks ferocious. You perfect parrying this? Oh, blocked ya. That's a lot of stamina though. Ow. Oh, I'm hurt. Stop. Stop. Oh! Okay, what's up? I got killed by a grizzly bear. Alright, time to go again. To my death. Is it becoming daytime now? Oh, what is that? What is this? What is this? What are you? Are you bad? You have green eyes like the bad things. I don't trust it. Are you good? Are you nice? I don't think they're nice. They're still chasing me. I'm running. What the fuck is that? Oh, look at the cow. There's a cow next to whatever the fuck that is. Oh, the cow's a Highland cow. Okay, I just want to find a home. I just want a home. I just want a home. If you need to hide for the night. Oh. Is the nighttime long? Is that the... Oh, it's the shadow of the birds. Ooh, is this wheat? Wheat. We have wheat now. Okay, it looks like we didn't drop all our inventory. Hi, Buster! Welcome on in. Hi, hi. Kinda long? Okay. That's okay. It didn't seem too bad. There's a fox. I see a fox. Hello, Mr. Fox. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I don't want to like whatever that is. I can't look at it because it's too far away. More rocks. I go to bed early since I'm starting school this week. No problem. No problem. Oh, I need a torch. That's what I need. Fuck, I still need tree sap. Make a pickaxe now? I can. Okay, there. What is this? Find the forgotten temple. Stay over there, sir. I'm on my way to make a home. The home is where the heart is. Do not tell me that I have to go fight whatever is floating in the air over there to go to the place that I want to go. Hey, little guy. Bye. Ow. I can fight you. Yeah, you're just a little grub. Up some more rocks. How far away is the pool pond? Oh, it's just over here. Okay, cool. I hope that sheep didn't die. Hope they got away. Blood roses. Oh, grub. Oh, grub. Are they running at me or running? Fuck off. Fuck off. Ow. Oh, there's two of you. Stop it. Stop. Oh, there's three of them. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, fuck off. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, run. Oh. Oh, I killed two of them. Chat, I got this. Oh, I did it. Oh, yeah, get fucked, bitches. I did it. Okay, where am I? I mean, this is pretty open, but no, I think this area works. I'll make a little house here, maybe. Or we can make a house over here. Or we can make a house over here. Oh, look, there's my death point. Uh-oh. I don't know if I want a seaside house or not. This place looks nice, though. This right here. I don't want to go over there. But I'm afraid to walk through all this, but I'm gonna go anyway. It's a long, dark night, chat. But I want to go live next to the ocean. Don't pet the dog. What dog? Nope, I'm running. Nope, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. No, thank you. You can fuck off. You can fuck off. I'm leaving. What the fuck, Knuckles, is that? Why does it look like it's on fire? Is that a dragon? What the fuck is that? What is that? What is that? What the fuck? What is that? Does it tell me? No, it doesn't. Okay. I'm just gonna keep running. We're very spooky out here. We're very spooky out here. That's nice. That's nice. I'm just gonna keep going this way, though. There I go again. Just keep running. Just keep running. Just keep running. Running. Gotta build up my stamina. The real question is can they swim? Fuck. Can they swim? I don't think they can. Let the doggo. It's only gonna go well. I don't believe you, Canadian. Okay, I want to go across the pond over there. Is that a crab? Are you a crab? You gonna hurt me? It's a crab. It's a crab. Can I go around the pond? I can go around the pond because I'm a little afraid of going into the pond, if I'm honest. I don't know what secrets lurk in the depths of the water, so I'm just gonna go around. With my luck, there's gonna be a big-ass whale that just ends up eating me. Because she loved me so, and listen no for show. What's up, little crab? What does she really want? Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. I guess we're swimming. Oh, there's things underwater. Help. I am under the water. Oh, fuck, this isn't land. Swim. Swim. Okay, now sprint swim. Because I'm afraid. Okay, reserve the stamina. I've been playing too much Valheim. Valheim, if you swim, it takes stamina. But this one, it doesn't, so thank God. Oh, we must go. We must go. For this will be our new home. Ah, get the fuck away from me. Fuck off. Ew, you're ugly! Leave me alone! I win, asshole. I can get for trying to pick on. Okay, there's another. How do I heal? I eat things? Oh, my dead body did have stuff. Fuck. How do I eat stuff? How do I heal? Why? Why is there a beholder thing right there? Please. Please. You know what? I'm hiding. It's dirt hovel time. Ooh. Oh, you hold right click to eat it? Oh, interesting. I don't want to eat that. I want this mushroom. What? What? Okay. Oh, it's azure fruit. This gives us a little bit of light. Man. Shit. Do you passively heal at all? Life essence? What does life essence do? A form of overflowing life energy found in abundance around plants life on Orbis. In the great enough concentrate, perhaps, that can bring forth a sentience that was absent. What? I wanna heal. Please. I think eating is the only way to restore health. I don't want to eat my fruit. These were fruit. I eat this. Oh, I can eat this. Yes. Yes, there we go. That beholder thing is still here. Might want to just leave me alone. Crafting table, any tree log, and any stone, and a wooden chest. Campfire to cook basic meals. I mean, I'm sure if I were to start building right now, build a little campfire out here, you know, I'll be alright. I think, you know, I'll be... Please. I think I'll be alright. It's like becoming daytime. I'll be okay. What do you mean I need stuff for this? Turn on. There we go. Now we have lights! And I can start. Oh, it died very quickly. Oh, there's guys over there. No. Go cut down a tree. Go cut down this tree over here. What was a cave? Oh, perfect. Please, I don't know if this is gonna make a lot of noise or not, and I don't know if they're attracted by sound or not. Yippee! It's like the timber mod. That's very nice. I got trees stuff. Never danced like this before. I don't know what that is. Oh, this would be a nice place to make a home, actually. Like right here. Paradise, we don't talk about it. Oh, those are mushrooms. I was very afraid that they were something else. Where did I put my campfire? Oh, it's over there. Oh. Excellent quality of life stuff. I agree. I would have to agree with you there. Alright, I'm gonna get some torches. Right. There we go. Whoa, I can see now. I can see now. Looks like the torches don't just run out, which is nice. The moon's going down. Means the sun's coming up. Sun's coming up. Oh, hi, Moira. Sun's coming up. I like the hitting blocks animation. It's kind of nice. I need to make a crafting table. Is the sun coming? Oh no, I think this is just... I think this is just dependent on the light. Oh no, there's already a shadow coming from the sun. Will the zombies go away in the daytime? I hope so. They need to fuck off. What is that? What is that? Is that a crab? Job application completed. Good job. Is that a crab? What is that? What is that? Is that a crab? I think it's a crab. Time to eat. Woohoo! Woohoo! Have good food. I do like the hitting animation. It's actually quite nice. It's quite nice. I quite like it. There you go. Place them like here. And place torches around. I don't know if that'll help against the mobs, but we can hope and we can pray. Well, that was cool. Alright, can I make a crafting table? I can. Put this over here for now. Is facing me? Oh wait, there we go. Ooh! An axe? A battle axe, bro? And then you upgrade the workbench. I see. This one is tools, survival, crafting, furniture workbench. Is there a masonry builder's workbench? Wait, where do I go? Build this one. There we go. And then what does this have? If I put like cobblestone. Oh, hightail. I picked that up too. Yeah, oh, this is like the re-chiseled mod. Oh, that's so nice. This is nice. I like this. This one gives us, I'm presuming, the cobblestone variant. And then what about dirt? No? And then wood? I like the color of the wood. A crude wardrobe. That's cool. Alright, well, I have stone. So I guess I'll use the wall smooth. I kind of want to do the smooth ones. Craft 10. I guess I gotta clear this out first. I have shovels? I gotta make any shovels to help with getting out shovel. The iron shovel is the first one. Used to alter the appearance of structural building blocks? What? What? I gotta make all of these. A repair kit. Can we not repair stuff here? Is that not a thing? I also want one of these. Yes. I also want a storage box. There you go. I have the hiccups again. God damn it. Lets you change the appearance of block you've already placed. That's so nice. It's my bucket. It's my bucket. I don't want this. Put my stuff in here. Alright, I haven't gotten to do any. The hammer does the re-chisel. Oh, that's so nice. I like that. Okay, cool. Let's continue then. Clearing stuff out here. I will say, I miss, killed Stone Mans. What? Did you actually kill the stone guy? Holy shit. I am not that skilled. Listen, I have a farm plot. What do you have? Huh? Huh? Do you have a farm plot? Do you have a land? Do you have land? Have you claimed land? Huh? No, I'm civilized. I'm the civilized one. I have claimed land. And I have the fucking hiccups. Everyone's still gone first day stone knife. Just fuck off. Fuck off, man. Listen, we all can't. Yeah, stone ball. What do you mean these stone balls? What the fuck does that mean? Why would I want to fight this golem and his stone balls? That's the real question. You know? Does grass automatically spread, I wonder? I guess we'll find out. Making good progress. Day one, good progress. Good progress. Oh, that is a crab. I'm pretty sure that's a crab. Is Cthulhu still over here? No? Okay, good. I think I have to kill a sheep. I don't really want to kill a sheep, though, to be fair. He was made of shiny rocks and was guarding shiny game, told me to go there, but that's plenty of reason. Well, I am sure, yeah, that's a fair reason. But I mean, like, not all of us could be so advanced, you know? Some of us have gotta be the landowners. You know, some of us have gotta be the homemakers. Which you could come live in my house if you want. You can come live in my house. What is this? Is this different? Is this different? What is this? White sandstone rubble? I think I'm gonna replace all the sand with grass. Can I make something out of this white sandstone stuff? I probably can. Sand. What? Is it just sand? Does it just turn into sand? Oh. Also acquired by breaking down cobble in a salvager's workbench? Salvager's workbench? Oh man, there's a lot of chef's workbench. Ooh, these are cute. Plant fiber and light hide. Can be processed into light leather at a tanning rack. Light hide. I have to go kill. I have to go murder something. Actually, let me drop stuff. Sword. Oh, put all. If I. Oh, okay. Where are you on the map? I'm at. I don't know how to. I'm at 1,511 by 673. I'm like over here. Like you see big pond? So this is where like we started like over here. And then you go down right and they're big pond and then I'm like over here. Actually this is not this is where I am. So I'm over here. Next to this blue patch. I think there's a hoe. Listen, if you just run really fast, you'll get here in no time. It took me like a tenth of a night to get here. You run really fast. In this game, to be honest. Should use a repair kit. What if I don't want to use a repair kit? Is there? What's the salvaging table? Oh. But you need iron to fix it. And just make a new one. I need more plant fiber. I need wood. I need more wood. Do we have saplings? Did that give me saplings at all? I didn't get any saplings. I need more wood. Oh my god, is that a mouse? Oh my god! It's a mouse. I want the mouse. How do I keep this mouse? Should be my friend. I want saplings. I don't give me any saplings. What if the tree down? Did they give me any saplings? Oh, I guess I didn't break the whole thing down. I need this one. Oh. Any saplings? I don't think I got any saplings from here. What kind of wood is this? I have the hiccups. Not believe your eyes. This one looks cool. It reminds me of the. That spider can fuck the fuck. Wait, what does it look like with arachnophobia mode on? Does it look stupid? Back to the main menu. Never mind. I'm not gonna go over there. Spider can fuck off. Can I not plant trees? Mouse. Is there no plant tree mechanic? Are trees limited? Cannot have a tree farm? I'm not getting saplings. Maybe not. Piglets! I saw cows earlier. Piglets. Piglets. Earth turns slowly. Okay, I need another chest. This one. Oh, it does make a double chest. Nice. I'm fairly certain saplings are part of the farming progression. What do you mean? What do you mean? Jim Bob? I have a bucket. This little bucket. Can I pick up water with this bucket? How do I get water? I want water in my bucket. I've acquired food. Very nice. Can I not put the bucket down? I guess I can't put the bucket down. I can give you some answers, or would you rather wander around blind for a bit? I honestly don't really care. I don't really care either way. I can't believe I have to get fucking shovel iron. Like, what the fuck? To get a shovel? Adamantite? What the fuck? Mithril? Ayo? Yep, that's actually kind of sick. Alright, let's go chop down more trees. Wait, how's the progression stuff? Temple. Where's the progression stuff? Where's the progression stuff? I wanna know. I don't see any progression stuff. What's this Minecraft? It's Hightail. You craft saplings on the farming table, you don't get them to drop. The shovel is an advanced tool, not a basic. What do you mean it's an advanced tool? It is not an advanced tool. Shovels are basic. Shovels have been around. Listen, I did a video about shovels. Shovels have been around since like the prehistoric era. Listen, you can have shovels when you could have. They're not advanced. They are a primitive. They are a primitive thing. I get plant fiber. Are you give me plant fiber? I don't remember what gives me plant fiber. What do you get plant fiber? Got petals. Also, you gotta go to the place that had the golem for the progress thing I found outside of crafting. Okay, well, I'm making a house. I'll go there later. I need plant fiber. Plant fiber! Are you plant? Super crazy work in progress area. Yeah, it looks cool. This was dirt. How did I get plant fiber in the first place? How do you get plant fiber? I have one in here. This does not give me any hints. I want hints. Oh, it doesn't tell you. This gives me wood. Give me plant fiber. I feel like a lawnmower. Gimme. Nothing. I'm not getting plant fire for any of this. I got plant fire from bushes so far. Bushes? Is that a zombie in broad daylight? Duff. Oh, it's a skeleton. Different. Okay, understand. Ow. Ow. Fuck off. I play Valheim, man. Oh. You're not dead. This is... Oh, he is dead. Yippee. Your favorite song. You gotta give me 25. You are. Thank you. Yeah. Whoa, sock model. What? Also, come in, Osmodeus Blue. Sick model. Thank you. I was gonna say I ain't no sock, but like, I mean, appreciate it anyway. Well, welcome on in. Hey, how you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. I just got some plant fiber. And then oh, I got linen scraps as well. Oh, that must have been from the skeleton. Boop. Quick stack. There we go. I have plant fiber now. Give me new pickaxe. Okay, there we go. Boop, 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 boop. Man, I do not like hiccups. The hiccups are giving me a headache. And I've been trying to press down on my diaphragm. This is a hiccup fit that's not going away. This one damage is gonna stay. There's a tower over there. What if the grass grew? The grass hasn't grown yet. I wonder why the grass hasn't grown yet. What do I need to make a farming table? Liquid of happiness. Farmer's workbench. Any tree log and 6 plant fiber. I have to go get more wood. More wood. There's another skill. I cannot fight another skeleton with my health right now. That's not happening. I will cut down the street though. Is that a bird? There's a little bird flying in the distance. There we go. Oh, did I leave my dirt at home? Yeah, well, I'm sorry. Cool. I need more plant fiber. Means I gotta go. Oh, I need like 20. I got 12. I got 12. I got 12. More bushes. Bonk, bonk. Of happiness. Ooh, 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 ooh. Let's just get this little bundle. Yippee! Now we can make a farming table. And now I can make a farm. And then I can plant food and there's fish! Which means there's fishing! Yippee! Ugh, my head hurts. Dying. Farmer's workbench craft. The bird on my screen is you. Bird is dated slang for the women in the UK. Oh, damn! What, am I a pretty bird? Am I a pretty bird at least? Ooh, there's a hoe! Give me the hoe. Oh, you need to make life essence to make seeds, and then you use... Oh, I don't fuck, bro. You're a cartoon, damn. Let's see what it is. Oh. Oh, no! Oh, I want it. Wait, why is it not turning into grass? Does it take a long time? I'm presuming it takes a long time. Pursuit to happiness. I will say the only thing, food devour, awesome. The only thing I will say is I miss like Minecraft shaders in this because it's like everything's so flat. And that's like the only thing I don't like about games like this is how flat they are. And like obviously this one has shadows and ambient occlusion and stuff. It's kind of like, it's spatially very flat. And I already put my graphics onto epic, so dry mud. I'm presuming that'll make bricks at some point. After playing with shaders for so long, this game looks super bright all the time. That's what I'm saying. Like it feels so bright and like. I really hope that they make shaders for this. Actually, let me check out the curse stuff. There's a lot that Minecraft does better than this game, and yeah, the aesthetics are definitely different. One of them. Well, the only difference, right, is like if we were to say that like the base level of what you can do in Minecraft, to achieve what you can in this game, takes quite a few mods, like in it, and so I think the aesthetic of Minecraft is better, but this one has potential. Like, this game has potential. There's like little quality of life things. It saw mermaids. mermaids. Few all mods. Aha! The painting's already in here. That's fine. People have already reskinned the livestock. That's cool. Hi, Moon. Welcome on in. An ore crusher. Bootstrap prefabs world. Interesting. I just want shaders for this game. Added a trash can mod. For the default, I said hightail over the default Minecraft. That's fair. That's fair. I like the modded aesthetic of Minecraft more than I like basic hightail. That's why I'm saying like this could. I'm still waiting for conveyor belts. That's fair. That's why I'm saying like this game has a lot of potential to be like really good. But at the end of the day, my game will still always be Minecraft. But it never hurts to branch out. Good bones. The other thing that you're sleeping on is the actual sound effects of Minecraft. Even just collecting feels extremely sad, and every sound effect feels impactful. It makes you want to mine and collect the sound of. Well, that's why this is nice. Like this is nice. Like the sounds are good in this game. Maybe you can't hear it as well. Let me know if you like can't hear them, but the sounds are really nice. Like I like this. This is nice. Good bones, but only bones. Fair. Yeah, good bones, but only bones. Like I like that it sounds okay. None of them have been too offensive. Like I like the sounds of this, and I liked how the trees are like they have essentially the timber mod. That's nice. Oh, Nox. I need to get the dirt out. Bones, yes, bones. Dun, dun. I need the dirt. Oh, the stacks are bigger as well. If this game had a redstone equivalent, it would be vanilla Minecraft for me. That's fair. I have jury. Oh, you have jury duty tomorrow. Shit. Oh, hello, Pixels. He's brought a chair. And a bed. Holy shit. Did you raid a village? Oh my god, 2 beds. Maincoow's bed. Oh. Yippee. I just don't think they compare to at all to Minecraft. I don't even like Minecraft. How you can't? Well, you can't compare if you don't like Minecraft. Yes, fair. Thank you for the beds. I will continue to cultivate the land. We will not have a home for another fortnight. It's raining. No! Don't rain. Don't rain. Something is objectively good even if I don't necessarily enjoy it. I don't know. I don't know. I think even if you don't like one thing over another, you gotta like them both. You gotta respect them both. It's like, I can appreciate your free rent is an excellent and I just don't like it. That's fair. I just think as long as you respect that while it does look like Minecraft, it is technically a different game. Oh, it's less effective. I gotta wait for the Xbox again, but but that's after the first full release on PC. That makes sense. That makes sense. My thing broke again. And which means I gotta put it in here because I don't want to make. I just want to make a new one. You eat so much plant fire. I'm gonna go to bed now. Hopefully have a good sleep. Have a good sleep. Good night. No, bro. I don't want to fix it. Go break bushes. Hello, little mouse. This little mouse has just been hanging out. Right here. I live through creators playing this game. That's fair. That's how I've been. I've just been watching people play it online. Ooh, a tanning rack. Ooh. Make another pickaxe. Ooh. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. Might play for like another hour, but I think after that I might end stream just cause like my brain is not being very savvy right now. Thank you for the plant fiber. Ooh, fireflies. Very cute. I'm gonna dig out this whole bit of land. Cultivate this land. I should probably make like food seeds so that I can have food and everything. I wonder if you have to have water nearby though. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop. I like the sound of placing dirt, it's nice. Boop. Hello. Oh, my cabbage seeds, thank you. And I have a hoe for this. Perfect. I think I'll probably plant them on the water line just because, I don't know how to use my bucket. My hours as well as everyone else's this week are caught. On one hand, I'm happy to get out an hour early every day, but on the other, I need the money. Oh, that's fair. That means you gotta start saving harder, you know? You gotta start saving harder. Unfortunately. I don't know where I kinda wanna... Kinda like this side being... Hello, Orwell. Welcome on in. Oh my god, you're red. What's this? Ooh, a blood rose. Thank you. So it's like Minecraft a bit, but it's gonna be... Yeah. There you go. Yeah, you're getting it. You're getting it. Where the fuck did the rest of my dirt go? Leave it. You have attack moves? Yeah, so you attack, and then it, like, builds up an ultimate, and then you can block and stuff. It's kind of nice. Did I use all my dirt already? Oh god, I did. And you can... Oh. Scrap sword. Whoa, that's better. This is better than my guy. This is better than my crew battle axe. Just fine. Everything'll be just fine. Alright. Oh, I have to... Boop. So the game that started as Minecraft mod then became its own game like Vintage Story. Yep. Yep. Man, getting all this dirt taking forever. Getting all the dirt taking forever. What's wrong with this? Why is this like this? Everything'll be just alright. I need another thing of dirt. Give me this one. Do. There you go. Five. I have a watering can though. How do I water them? I guess I could. Though in my mind it has yeah, I feel like Vintage Story is Minecraft, but like with more steps. And then Vintage Story is Minecraft but RPG. How do I get water in this? There we go. And then What? Why is that like that? Why is that doing that? Wait, don't do that. Why is it... Why does it do that like that? Why the water do be doing like that? Why does it do that? What? Go over here and get some water? Water propagation very slow, maybe? Maybe. I hope so! That shit's gonna piss me off, man. Turd from plants. The water physics are different in this game? Well, this is gonna piss me off. That looks silly. That looks silly! Back to mining. Better heal itself. It better heal itself, or I swear to God, man. I wonder if you can make a watermill in this game. I feel like not enough games make watermills. Oh! Almost fell into the cave. Maybe the head pack. So true. Yeah, I just like, and also the aesthetic of like a cottage with a watermill. Like that shit fucking goes hard. Excellent vibes, indeed. And like, I know that technically in the create mod there's watermills, but I feel like it's not the same. It's not the same. Like, I want a big, thick-boarded accent of a mill. Also, I keep thinking that crab over there on that stone is a fucking ship, and it confuses me. Cthulhu is back. Baby Beholder is back. Over there, though. Please don't come over here. Please. I said please don't come over here. Oh my god, why does it look like he's coming over here? Don't. Do not do that. There's a fucking rat people in the fucking caves. What? There's rat people in the caves. There are rat people in the caves? Rat people? Okay, I don't like how many spider webs are down here. Down here. Ooh, I'm good. I'm good. I haven't faced my fear of the spiders in this game yet. In Minecraft, I'll face the fear of the spiders in Minecraft because they look silly. They look like little guys. They're just cubes with sticks on them. This one, they look a little more like spiders. I don't like the repair kit shit. I'm gonna be honest. This repair kit shit is gonna bum me the fuck out because it's like, why? Why do I have to do that? Like, why can't it just break? Like, especially, like, the low-tier stuff. Because I'm like, I guess I get that you can salvage it, but I think it's such early game, you're just going to be making more. There's 2 of them now! Oh. Oh, no. How do you make a watering can? I feel like... Oh, no, it's fine. They're growing. It's growing. I don't know if these ones are growing, but that one's growing. So that's good. Seems to scale very fast. Okay, well, that's good. There's not rat people in the caves. You must trust the government. Give me money. What was that? Watering can is in chest next to bed. Oh. In the chest next to bed. That's a wooden bucket. That's not a watering can. That's a wooden bucket. We have iron. Venoms. Cool. Wait, can I use the water bucket to? Oh no, I'm not gonna use the water. I'm not. If I make the water worse, I'm not. Just gonna keep mining. Oh, a mouse over there. I guess the more I think about it, I guess I could just go get iron. It would make doing this a lot faster. I don't want to go down and meet the spiders down there. I also don't have a lot of food. I'm putting this plant fiber here. Take the sword though. Let's see if we can go find some iron. Actually, let me steal this. What the fuck is that? Is that a bat? Please leave me alone. I don't want to copy the message and make it my first chat another one. You could. It'd be fun. Give us anything? I don't think so. I don't much appreciate this at all. Okay, I can just squish them. Okay, cool. Oh, thank God. Okay. Woo! What the fuck? I got wild meat. Black cat mushroom. Ooh. I got copper. I'm gonna have to make a furnace though. Yeah. Oops, wrong. Copper. Well, copper here, a little bit of copper there. Just gonna get a little bit copper. Little grub mob is so cute, but he's a douche and is purely hostile. Aw. Do it. What the fuck is that? It's a rat. It's a rat. Is it a hostile rat? It's a hostile rat. No. Sorry, rat. Oh, like the end of this cave. There's a little grubby guy. There's another grubby guy. Oh, I think that's iron. Can I mine this? Yes, I can. Oh, and copper. Do the do. I kind of like how the ore looks in this game. I think it's kind of nice. Dimensional. Sticks out good and well. And I've gotten copper, a little bit of copper, a little bit of iron, a little bit of copper, a little bit of iron. I think I'll use my iron to maybe make that salvaging table if I can. Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's another way. I guess I didn't go this way. Oh. Not bad for the grubs. I guess I gotta cook this meat though. That'd be good for my health. Yeah, I think I'll go back now. So I got a little bit of iron. I got 2 iron and I got 12. There's iron up there. Is there a crab down here? Wait, how do I leave? Is it this way? Hello, are you hostile? You are hostile. Ow! Oh my God, they hurt! Fuck off. Fuck off. I died of poison damage. Just like at my copper. We have a furnace? Oh, you can put 2 things in a furnace? Best furnace, let's go. I need my, did I die with stuff? I don't know if I died with stuff on me. Cause there is a grave. Oh, I do drop stuff. Oh, man. I got my stuff. There's a rat down there. Ooh, the double daggers are cool. Oh, the crab! The crab! Mr. Krabs! Do you feel it now, Mr. Krabs? Ow! Ooh, I'm poisoned. Ooh, I'm poisoned. Ooh, I'm poisoned. Ooh, I'm poisoned. Why are they poisonous? There's another one. Get him, Pixels. Get him, Pixels. Oh no, he's poisoned. I have to help. Oh, he's dead now. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. We gotta get out of here. Gotta sleep. You gotta sleep. So I'm gonna go sleep. The jumping in this game, I will say, is not as nice as in Minecraft, in my opinion. I feel like it's almost daytime. Let's sleep. Time to sleep. Aww. Aw, you sleep kind of cute, though. You sleep kind of cute, though. You lose some stuff and 10% of the durability of the tools. I'm gonna stay in bed. You don't have to get up. You do like that? Oh, you can climb. I see. I gotta hide. I'm gonna go cook this meat. Where's the cooking thing? Meat. Sticks. I have like half of those. Actually. Yes, meat. My lettuce. Oh, this one's almost mature. Walk up to a 3-block wall and jump towards it? Okay. Oh! That is kind of cool. Actually, that is kind of cool. That is kind of cool, actually. Okay, I do kind of like that. That's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. I mean, yeah. I mean, like, easy. I get bored of Minecraft, I play Hytale. I get bored of Hytale, I play Minecraft. Easy. No more wood. I'm taking this copper, though. Hey, oh, you have charcoal in there now. I would like a copper pickaxe. I need more wood. I need to plant some birch trees, actually. The common has potential. It does. It does. Oh, crude shears. Oh, yay! I don't have to kill sheep. I don't have to kill sheep. Okay, now I can make a beach. I can make a beach. Beach. What did I say? The core systems are extremely solid. Yay, it's nice. 1, 2, 2. Oh, this is enough room. Hope that's enough room for you. Hello, Mr. Mouse. I wish I could befriend this mouse, but I don't have cow. I don't have milk. I don't have cow to make milk to make cheese. I don't know if this game has that yet. I don't know why I keep breaking down stone. I don't need stone. I need to break down the sand. And dirt. Do I have any more dirt in my inventory? Also, I have more copper. Where's all this copper coming from? Copper. We need more chests. We need more chests. We need more wood. Wait, is it that I need more wood? I do need more wood. Okay. Time to go cut down another tree. As of right now, I want more tools, armor stages. I feel we progress too fast for me. At least that's fair. That is fair. Ooh, oh, that was nice. That was nice. I think it also depends on how you play the game. Like if you, because quote unquote, I play games like slowly. Whereas like, you know, I build a house first and then I explore and then stuff and stuff and stuff. And so I think though this is making me learn that I think in our Minecraft server, I think I just got de-op myself. What the actual fuck knuckles is this? Scrap maze. Damn. Ratman maze. What the fuck? I'm Ratman now. Mounds of a slow grind, but not too slow. No, that's fair. Oh wait, so many weapons now. That's my hammer. Yeah, I think this has just taught me that in our Minecraft server, I just shouldn't be opt. So I can't go into creative, because I think that's what helps me just slow down a bit. Because sometimes I just like to build in creative, but then I'm not actually exploring the world, and then I'm just like, meh. So cute. Ooh. Back here. Get this pollen. Get to it. Yeah, this is awfully bright. What was I thinking? I was thinking this. Oh, I need for chest, more chest. That's right, more chest. Oh. Loot. This is the plant chest. I'm gonna put my rows in here. And place stacks. Fiber can go in here. And we have lebus. We have lebus now. Basalt cobble. Put that in. Put this in. This could go. I have more in here. There we go. Ooh, it's a cooking table. Ooh. Oh, you can make popcorn. You can make cheese! Ah, yippee! It's mature now. Mature yet? I don't know if those are mature yet. Wait, how do I gotta make a... Oh, this one. This one. What's the rush? We should also make a... Oh, we need a tier 2. Oh, this is a 3 hit. This one was a 4 hit. This one's a 3 hit. I like it. Watch the rush. That water is still broken. I think my only problem with this game is how the fucking water works. Ooh, I like the sand animation. That's nice. I didn't notice that until just right. But yeah, the water is the only thing that's pissing me off right now. I'm still stimming that. I think a lot of people still stimming that. Like if the water would just fill itself up, that'd be great. Cause I don't want to see. I don't want to see heinous stuff like that, man. What's the rush? Also, does grass grow? I don't know if grass grows. Or if it is extremely slow. Oops. Back my torch. Back my torch. We should make you keep using the crude pickaxe, actually. I wonder if using the wrong tool affects the durability like in Minecraft. That's possible. I wouldn't be surprised, but the problem is like the shovel is iron. It's an iron shovel. There's no wooden shovel. I haven't seen any grass grow. Yeah, I wonder why. Why no grass grow? Why no grass grow? Why don't we have a grass growing? Do we need the fertilizer? I would suck if we needed fertilizer. High key, if we needed fertilizer for that shit, I'd be very sad. I wonder what that thing's about. Check it out after I get this dirt. Alright. What are you about? What are you about, sir? I have a big scrape max. Scrape max? Scrap mace? What is this? Oh, is this just like a little thing? Shows OP though, trust. I'm trusting. I'm trusting. Oh wow, there's a lot of bushes right there. Boop, 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 boop. I need to replace so much. Do we have enough for a shovel? Is a shovel level 2? No, we just need 6 iron ingots. Wait, no. Yes. Don't mind me. I'm just going to. Alright, gonna fall into the void. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you for hanging out. Alright. Oh, it does like an AoE. Oh, God. I wasn't prepared for the AoE. Hey, Oso. How you doing? How's Hightail? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty fun. Okay. Oh. I wasn't expecting it to be like a 2x2. Working on some comms. How's comms going? Oh, I do comms. Shit, this is like quite nice. I just didn't expect it to be like more than 1 block. Little candle. Like, what if I don't want it to be more than 1 block? You know, like, what if I just want it to be a block? Can I shift or control maybe? No? No, that's just how it is. I think that's just how it is. Pretty good. I'm trying to get creative with some fighting game scenes. Ooh. I suppose it's to use it. Yeah, I guess. Though the durability on this is, like, much better. So I guess it's kind of like... I think the time that you lose from using, or the time that you gain from just re-digging the part that you didn't want to dig up is, like, minimal, I guess. Better to just hold it. I think it's better to hold it. And then I think... Is this stone? So I'm presuming stone is better. A pickaxe is better. I guess, but it's like nicer for like trying to remove dirt though, I guess. I guess I kind of wish it was more predictable, I guess. Cause like it feels like it does a 3x1, but then sometimes it'll just do a 2x1 and what? We'll put the sand back in the holes. Sand in the holes. Sand in the holes. Maybe it is just a 2x1. No, cause that broke 3 of them. I think maybe it's 2 if you get them like in between. More like it feels like it's like angle based. Proximity, yeah. Huh. I think it's maybe 2 blocks? I can't really tell. Is it an L shape then? Is it a I don't know. Oh, hello. What's this? Oh. Gauntlets! Oh my god. I'm about to be a punchy guy. +4 projectile. Oh, do I equip these? It looks like I just hold on. Slot hands. Oh, you go in the hand slot. There you go. Yippee! Now I have a little bit more health. Need to dig up a lot more dirt. See, that one did 2x2. I don't know. Maybe if I could like. I honestly do not know how it's like that. What the number is for this. It's got to be a cone in front of you or something. I could see that. That was interesting. That was like a 4. Get over here, dirt. Alright, I have made the new standard pathway. I will now be taking the rest of the dirt. Alright, so. Yep. Feel like a little beaver. See, that was okay. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna math this because it doesn't math in my math. Alright, that should be enough dirt for now. It's like 2 different types of grass right there. What? Zero Rams usually has only gone up 4 since it started. Pretty impressive. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. But to be fair, I think base Minecraft... I wonder if base Minecraft would have similar stats, though, if you just ran a vanilla. We're getting there, though. It's not looking as nice as I would hope because the grass isn't growing, but it's alright. Still confused. Okay. Boop, boop. Ploosh, 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 ploosh. And all this. Oh. I will say this iron shovel is very nice. Not having it break right away when I'm using it is very nice. The crafting is to make grass blocks. Wait, I wonder if... Nope. Okay. I don't want to have to make grass blocks though. That's kind of silly. I think that's a little silly. Well, I guess that's fine. It's not like it matters all that much. Ugh. Like, I guess it's like if people wanted dirt to stay as dirt, and then people wanted, like, grass to stay as grass, I guess, but it's kind of like, I don't know. So let me have a shovel, and let me toggle it, I guess. Oop. Oh, that breaks it just as easily, though. Me no understand. Because this is sandstone, so I feel like probably copyright some of the mechanics like grass spreading. You think so? I'm sure there'll be mods for all that stuff. I hope so. I wonder how many mods will come out before the game fully releases. And I wonder because this game, mechanically speaking, like at its core, is like it's very much done, you know? And so I'm wondering how much easier it'll be for mod pack makers or mod makers in general to make like mods, because like for example with the latest snapshot with Minecraft, they changed how babies look, like the baby model itself, and I wonder how much that fucks over like people, or if that's just like, oh, that's fine, or if it doesn't matter. Can we get more like Minecraft modders in this community? Guys, if any of you guys know Minecraft modders, get them in this chat. I have questions for them. Don't know what I'm crying for. I don't think I can. Maybe wow, the shovel got a lot of health. I like it. I like my shovel. It's got a lot of health. My character going up on the side of things is very funny. It's like a weird auto jump. Yeah, I thought it was like an auto jump at first, is what it felt like. But since the team wore Minecraft modder, I wonder if they'll pay attention to the modding or even test some of their updates with their own mods. Maybe. I mean, like listen, pre-access launch day 1. There's already mods. There's 1,741 mods, which I think is fucking crazy. What I'm crying for. It's already a better map mod. Katanas. That's great. It's great. Look at all this. Seed drops. Oh, shit, bro. Seed drops. It's even better. I don't know what I'm crying for. Orchards. Oh, orchards. Oh shit. Oh shit. I wonder why these grasses are different colors. Like, they're in the same, like, a similar area. Wonder if there's a reason or if there is no reason. People went crazy immediately. Yeah, they just went for it. I think maybe, like, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, there were people that were friends with the Hightail devs. And they're like, hey, you want, like, an early access to our game? Because they... Damn, deeper lava cave looks like pit into hell. Oh, no. The nether? I'm kidding. But I'm wondering if, like, some of the Hightail devs maybe were, like, friends with the mod makers and gave them, like either code or early access to the game so they could, like, release mods like that. Because it's kind of interesting that they already had, like, mods ready to go on day one. Maybe they had, like, a little deal, be like, hey, you make mod for our game, we, feature you on something, or one or the other. So that would make sense. That would make the most sense to me, I think. There's already, like, a little normal mode here. Oh, that's because of that. Is that a turkey? Is that a turkey? Is that a turkey? I don't know. He kind of looks a little dangerous. Hold on. What are you? Are you a friend or foe? I like your colors. Are you friend or foe? Is that a turkey? Are you like a turkey? Like a turkey? There's already an MMO skill tree mod. That's crazy. I feel like they'll add one of those. Considering that we have maces, double daggers, and, like, axes, I feel like they're gonna add, like, a skill tree of some type. I guess they're the only I think downside that I see thus far, and maybe like customization perspective for this game, is that you can't put your own skin in, I don't think. Like, you can't just make your own Minecraft skin. So you can't really customize it in that way, which I think a lot of people like. Like, there's a lot of good customization, sure, but at the same time, it's kind of like, it kind of took the route that I think, like, that Minecraft, for, Bedrock version did, is, like, you have cosmetics. You can't just make whatever, and you can buy cosmetics. Whereas, like, in like, just Java, you can just make whatever you want. Which I think is, in my opinion, nicer, but... At the same time, I guess you're, like, negating having to regulate people's skins. Because I'm sure, like, in the Minecraft community, there's probably a lot of, like, really bad, like, skins. I'm entirely sure that there is a penis skin. I mean, there's this guy that makes Minecraft mods, and his skin is just a toe. And obviously, that's not as bad as a penis, but I'd say it's on the level. It's on the level. He makes, like, really cursed Minecraft mods. He's like, I made cannibalism in Minecraft. I made child slavery in I don't think he ever did that one specifically, but yeah, they make really weird mods. Like, cursed Minecraft mods. I don't think, like, he's ever, like, they're not, like, actual, like, mods. But he, like, shows, like, what it would be like if they were, like, a thing. If it's this guy, Fingy's what? Oh, he's a finger. He added, yeah, like, this one, I added invading Venezuela to Minecraft. This guy's fucking crazy. And then, like, Yeah, this one.
I added socks to
to
Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Steve's feet probably get super chafed and calloused from wearing boots all day, so I added these socks to help. You can craft a pair of
That's a
socks
thumb
with
from
4
some
blocks
Sky
of wool,
Kids. Thumb
and you can use
thumb.
any combination for colorful socks. If you keep them on for too long,
So like
they'll
clearly
get-
he makes them, but he's never. I don't think posted them.
I added baby mode to Minecraft. They just
Baby
added
mode.
these new baby mobs, and I'm not
I
going
think I'm dying. Am I dying? Hello? Oh no, this is Pixels. Okay.
to lie. They're so small that the first thing I did was let you walk over them and crush them with your bare feet. But I'm trying to be good this year, and so I turned you into a baby instead.
I
And now
turned
you can
you
play with
into
the
a
other
baby
babies.
instead.
Being this small means you could get
Oh,
trampled
you
by an
could get
adult cow,
trampled
though.
by an
And in
adult
general,
cow,
this world
and
is
you
way
can
too
fall
dangerous
down the
for you.
stairs.
So I added a baby mode. All the blocks have been bubble wrapped so you can't hurt yourself. And everything sharp, like these swords, have been replaced with safe, bouncy rubber versions. This does mean you'll have to attack animals with your bare hands though, and you'll need to because a regular chicken drops a whole raw chicken, but a baby chick only drops a little bit of chicken. So
A
you'll
little
need to
nugget.
unalive hundreds to get your baby forward.
Little nugget. I really do want the
I added
baby
in
chickens to add the like drop little nuggets. So I think that'd be funny. But I do really like the baby mobs in Minecraft now. They're really cute, and I wish that we could have them forever and always. And it makes me sad that we can't have them forever and always. Like right now. Like I don't even know if the backport mod. At that point, on God, I would make a new Minecraft mod pack just to have the babies. Just to have the babies, because like I said, there's like this Minecraft person that makes I don't know what they make. Like they make models and stuff. I bookmarked it. I need it! I need it! Like they made their own version of the babies and I love it. They have ears! It fucks me up. It fucks me up. I need it. And they're like, but we're not changing chickens. Chicken stay. Isopods! Oh my god, Juice is making an isopods! Wait, is Juice's stuff? I wonder, is Juice's stuff? It's Bonsai Studios. Hold on, I'm just curious. Just curious. There'll probably be more animal reskin mods now. Oh, I mean, there are already a lot. There are already a lot, and there are already mods that make like creatures kind of look like how the new baby mods look. It's just like now it's in vanilla Minecraft. She's projects golem overhaul. What is I can't like go by crop critters. What is this? 1.21.11? Is this the new game version that people are liking? This is for Fabric, though. Fabric. 1.21. I mean, on God, I'm not gonna be surprised if a lot of people are making the a mod for the newest snapshot already, because or like preparing it for the newest snapshot, considering that like it's actually kind of a big update with the deeper and darker stuff getting updated, the end getting updated. Hello, Pixels. Goodbye, Pixels. So I'm very curious. Have you guys seen it? Do you guys want to watch the trailer really quick? We can watch the trailer really quick. Hold on. I want to show you guys the trailer. I'm sure, because I feel like it wasn't a big thing. It was like talked about for it. I feel like because Hytale came out, it was kind of like not really talked about. Minecraft update 2026. Trailer. It's not the Mountains of May, is it? No, it's not the Mountains of Mayhem. It's another one, isn't it? Or was that not real? Was that not real? Minecraft 2020 update trailer. Is it not real? Was it not real? Was it not real? And skulk. Yeah, it's this one. 1.22. It's this one. What's this? Sorry, that's like loud as fuck. This is a concept trailer. That means this isn't real. Does that mean that Mojang should take notes from fan-made stuff like this? Fuck! It's not real. Oh, that hurts my soul. Look at this. This is so cool, though. Look at this. My feelings are hurt. Look. They're cool, though. This fucks me up because this on God just looks like vanilla Minecraft. Now this, I will say that multi-segmented mod, that right there, that's modded. I don't think there is a multi-segmented mob in Minecraft that is more than like 1 or 2 segments. You know, like it's like usually pretty, it's like not really warm like that. And then look at the end, dude. It just looks so vanilla. Like, I feel like they could do this. I've hurt my own feelings. I should have checked my sources. And then, like, look at that. Like, the crystals and shit. That looks fucking fire, man. That hurts my feelings. I fucking hurt my own feelings, man. Okay, Minecraft sucks a little bit more. Yo, like, look at that jellyfish. And that's the idea with fan-made trailers. It's supposed to look real. That looks fucking... Yeah, but now they hurt my feelings because it's not real. Oh, that looks fucking sick. That looks sick. That would have been so cool. But that means all that we have are the baby mobs. I'd still update our entire mod pack for those baby mobs. I'll tell you what. I cannot see. I cannot see. That's all I'll tell you. Oh, the shovel's two-handed. I don't know if this is... I guess sandstone rubble is like gravel in its ways. Yeah, I'd really like that to be a thing. Like if that could just be a thing now. And like, you know it's gonna be like a year.
Our POV, I'm at your
Pancake, welcome on in. Oh, how is my rivals? Hello, Pookie. How is Marble Rivals? You have a good time playing Marble Rivals? How are you doing? Welcome on in. We are just playing some Hightail. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so because in no stream we can take it out of you. We are currently just playing. Sorry, I realized the music wasn't on. We are currently just playing some Hightail. Kind of getting a vibe for it, you know us here. We love our Minecraft, so you know we had to get a feel for the new survival boxy survival game. Welcome on in. If you guys don't know me, hi, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I make TikTok videos, and I am a silly goober with a big heart but a little brain. So welcome on in. Welcome on in. I'm currently flattening this area out to have dirt. We have a lot of stuff, but we don't have a home yet. But I'm working on it. Oh, I like the animations on the flame for the torch. Like, that's nice. This flame, that's pretty nice, actually. But yeah, if you guys here have not followed Pancake, please do. They are a lovely little gremlin that we get to hang out with every now and again for like collabs and stuff. So you can sometimes see him here. Pancake's awesome. We love Pancake. Also, pancakes in general are just awesome. So like, someone named after something awesome obviously is gonna be awesome. That's my philosophy anyway. Boop boop. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Scoop, scoop. Scoop, scoop. Scoop, scoop. Fucking dark as a monkey's ass up in this bitch, man. blanky's too. My blanked too. Oh, my cat's in here. I turned her blankie on. I should. All right. Man, I love being a streamer, guys. I love being a streamer because then I get to play all the games that I get curious about, and it's awesome. Like, I got to try House Flipper 2, and it's fun and cool, and I like it, and I had time to play it. I feel bad when, like, people are like, oh, this new game came out, and I can't play it because I have to work. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. Because I played the game. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. And more dirt. I need more dirt, chat. Oh my god, I need more dirt. Boop, boop. You know the song? What's the name of the song? Oh, the cassette's not up either. I'll take you for a ride. Boop, boop. My brain was like, what am I doing this week? And I was like, cause I feel a little sick, and part of me is like, do I take a little rest day? If I feel worse tomorrow, I might. You wanna sit on my lap? Come here, baby. Come here. Oh no, be on the other arm. No, don't be on the right arm. Be on the left arm. No. My cat is trapping me. Okay. You know your blankie's on too, right? Just making sure, Moira, that you know this. Ooh. Give me all the dirt. Red petals. That's because I didn't pick the flower. It gives me petals. Makes sense. Go back so far. Boop. One more little patch. Not gonna lie, it's kind of amusing. But the person I use, that's always how it is. That's always how it is. I have to build a home. That's how you get in the nooks and crannies. You build a little home, and if you can't build an awesome home, what is there? What is there at the end of the day but to build a nice home? I think I do that in every survival game. I think I did that in Valheim, where one of the first thing I did was kind of start terraforming like a little piece of land to make a house. I do that in Minecraft a lot. I'm not surprised I do it here. If I have the ability, I will do it. See, like, but the thing is, it's this game's fault. It's this game's fault, obviously, for not having the land that I'm digging on be grass already, obviously. It should have just been grass to begin with. I'm kind of tired, though. I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of tired of doing this. Can't stop now, though. I have to at least get the area in which the house will be built. I built my home right after getting copper tools. I gotta start with you gotta start with the stone tools. That's how you get truly invested. Is you take the longest time to build anything. Is you just work with the stone tools. I just kind of want to use the shovel. So I like that it does more 2x2. Well, that wasn't words. Like, I hope that actually wasn't words. Because then I'd feel bad. I would like to hold my... Or I put the wrong block down. God darn it. Oh. Get out of here. Get out of here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I think I'm gonna make it end like here or something. Let's do like here. So I'm not making the whole thing out of dirt. I would like to hold my... I just realized because Sim was like, the first thing you're doing is terraforming, huh? I realized how fucking in the grand scheme of like streamers and shit and what streamers would do on stream, I realized this is probably the most mundane shit a person could do. And like, I don't know, guys. I think I'm just the guy. I think I'm just gonna be a guy. Like, I think my potential as a streamer is this. And so this means I really gotta bring up my points in personality and charm. Because goddamn, are you not gonna watch someone? This is prime chatting content. This is true. But the thing is, what if I wasn't a good chatter? What if I just sat here and digged up all this sand and said nothing? And there are times when I'm a bit quiet. I wouldn't say that I'm the best personality streamer. I definitely am a personality streamer because I'm not like I'm not a reactionary. I'm not very skillful, you know? So it's like, man, I gotta max out them personality points. Let me tell you what. Relaxing noises of digging holes stream. Fuck yeah. I mean, that's what, if I just like muted my mic and like the VOD's not gonna have the music, so it doesn't really matter. But if like I just didn't talk, this would just be like a digging ASMR VOD. It would just be me digging. Now there's one like like not VTuber but like TikToker that like, it's what he kind of does. Like he used to make like game, like, oh, this game's coming out, you should try it out and stuff. And now he does like kind of like ASMR Minecraft videos, and it's really funny, especially when it fucks up, because then he's like trying not to yell because it's an ASMR video. Who digging up their butt? I digging up their butt. Me. Cause I the butt digger. Oh, the mist is gone. I was gonna say there was a lot of mist there for a second. Cube sand. Cube. Cube. Boop, 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 boop. I have no more dirt. I have no more dirt. No. Dirt. I have so much fucking sand. I don't have so much sand for like windows. Hopefully windows take sand to make. Or I guess glass. I'm sure it will. Go on. Oh, that part's gonna bug me. A little corner. I will fix it in a minute. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Bink. Bink. Oh, man. Fill up the sand hole. Alright, there you go. And then this part is what I like. Okay. There you go. Man. Okay, that was a bad idea, but I need the dirt. Boop. Oh, what the fuck? Troll camp? Yo! What the fuck? A troll camp? That's cool. I think I saw a troll earlier when we were coming over here. Hello, Mr. Mouse. What is that? What is that? I think it's a flower. What kind of flower is this? A dandelion? The last dandelion. Wonder if that water fixed itself or not yet. What did the sun? The water fix? No, it's still broken. God damn it. Change this back. Alright, chat. We've almost used up 75% of this fucking shovel. Look at us. So productive in this game. Really tasting the limits of the shovel. I do really like the animations though of like stepping on like that. That's really nice. And breaking is really nice. It's really nice. It's gonna bug me. I was gonna say, was that my last dirt block? It was not. Okay. Please have enough for this space. I don't think I will. No. Oh, those birds in the sky. This is fucking nice. I'll trade your dirt for sand. Okay. Okay. Give a oh, you're already here. Oh, okay. There you go. 300 blocks of sand, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Now I no longer must worry about the dirt shortage. And be someone. And now I will keep terraforming because I have been allotted more dirt. I don't know. I think I'd be like, the more I think about it, I feel like I'd in like a D&D sense, I think I'd make like a good gnome. I feel like gnomes, like, because dwarves are like, they like to dig underground. Whereas so I feel like, you know, gnomes are more dirt centric. Gnome. 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 I feel like I'd be a good gnome. Like the gnomes from Gnomeo and Juliet. I think I'd be like that. I'd be a good gnome. Nothing crazy. Be a good little hobbit. Be a good little hobbit. I feel like gnomes. Are gnomes and hobbits different? Because I feel like, there's, for example, in D&D there are kenders versus gnomes. And I feel like kenders are just gnomes, but more explorative. Like, they're not as homebound. Or inspired by, like, how hobbits are. Like, the hobbits from The Hobbit. The ones that like to leave the homes and stuff. Halflings are gnomes. So hobbits and gnomes, same then. Gnomes are jewelers, while dwarves are smiths to me. I feel like gnomes are farmers, whereas, like... halfling and gnomes, yes. Okay, so I'm presuming that means I am correct. In my methodology. Crazy. I don't know. I feel like I'd make a good gnome. I'm a good gnome. Be a cute little gnome if I was a gnome. Gnomes are different? Oh, wait, what? What do you mean they're different? I feel like there's gonna be a very lengthy conversation. Because I feel like, okay, so what are hobbits? Are hobbits gnomes? Or are gnomes... halflings are the legally distinct name for hobbits. Oh. What am I? Then I'd just be a good halfling, I guess. I guess then what's the difference between a halfling and a kender? Legally distinct as well, I presume? Would be about baby. You are in fact a hobbit. Yeah, because I feel like hobbits versus halflings are just a bit different. That's why you get 50 different orc or elves. That's fair. Acting crazy. I think this is pretty good. This is a good start. I'm gonna fix this. And start building the house. Kenders are like halflings that want to die to a dragon instead of farming. Okay. I'm like I feel like I'm a little bit of both. A little bit of both. So I think a hobbit. I'm an adventurous hobbit. Alright, I need to look at the wood options. My arm is falling asleep because my cat's laying on my arm. It's finally time. Builder's workbench. This one makes like orange. I like the beech wood a lot. Ash oak. Do I have the beech wood? I feel like these should be more than 100. Also, wait, can I sort it? I can sort it. Maybe. No beech? Oh, but those ones grew. Wait, but this is different, isn't it? Wait, is this not... This is not what I was expecting. Imagine it was a play on Kinder and ending. Kinder is German for child and aka halfling, and then warriors at the end. I could see that. Is that not fully grown? Did I fuck up? I think this is not fully grown. These trees are a lot. Well, no, there's... My arm's falling asleep. Oh my god. Bird look crazy. Look at me like you a little crazy, chat. What kind of wood is this? Birch? No! Does this have beech and birch? Oh, fuck me, brother. I'm tired of games having beech and birch. Oh, man. God damn it. Why? Why did they do this? Why am I cursed to live in this timeline? Crude hatchet, crude hammer. Oh, I was using my hammer. Give me this one. What are those? What are these? Can't forget beach. No! You can forget beach. I didn't even think about beach until fucking... Oh, I forgot that. Until fucking Valheim and the birch and the beech and the pine and the fir and the fucking... I'm gonna go nuts. You're gonna drive me nuts. My hand just fell asleep again. Just a little bit more iron. Alright, this one. And the whole club was looking at her. Alright, let me give me that cobblestone. Let's go make a house. Make a house. I'm gonna start it here. And I want normal cobblestone. 5. And this. I guess. Then if I took the hammer,
Oh, bang!
Oh my goodness! Hello! Welcome on in! Hello, Basadora! Hi! How was your stream? What is it that you did? Hold on, I have to go to the thing. Oh my god! Moon, welcome on in. Hold on, let me see, what were you playing? Wow, it was Elden Ring! Did I have a good time playing Elden Ring? Oh, okay, I see. Ooh, interesting. I did a lot of things today. Well, feel free to tell us a little bit of what you did. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out here. Or if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. So no streaming can take it out of you. Oh, wait, it changed. It's different. Ooh, I like that, actually. Ooh, there we go. 9 hours was long. That's fair. 9 hours is a long time. But I'm proud of you. Proud of you for sticking to it. I hope it was a good stream overall. I'm currently playing Hightail and trying to make a house. Boop, boop. But we're just vibing. We worked on colors of my model, then art graders, then Elden Ring Nightmare. Ooh, it sounds like a full day. I hope you had a lot of fun with that. No, I certainly would. Let's craft like 10, I guess, for now. But that sounds fun. I hope that all of that was fun and well. Oh, okay. I need more than 10. Honestly, I don't want to make this out of this. Oh shit. That's so neat. Where's my hammer? Hatchet, there we go. I want to, because I like the... My god, my bones are falling asleep. My cat is making my bones fall asleep. Because this game has, like, roofs and stuff. I wonder if, like, you can make fun, like... But, like, the walls have to match the roof, I think? I guess I didn't try out the other woods, though, to be fair. Excuse me. This one does orange roof. This one also does orange roofs? What? Hardwood? Is it same? I guess it's the outside that changed. Because I like this blue. I like this blue, but I think it looks like I might have to do... Easy, don't go. Let's do that. Let's do that. So now we have half slabs. And then let's make some... Like 2 of these. What the fuck? Knuckles is a void heart. What the fuck? I've been given a void heart. I don't know what to do with that, but I have it now. Oh! Oh my god. That is not the way I was expecting that to sit. Wait, what do you mean? Can I not have, like... Wait. Wait, what? Oh, okay, there we go. What the fuck? Wait. Oh. Okay. IDK was a random draw from some crazy shit I killed? Fuck, yeah, that's cool. Was it that Cthulhu thing? Right, rotate, thank you. Oop, let's right click. Keep left clicking for some reason. There we go. It's like cute. And then I want to find out if like the walls have to match. That's this one. Craft like 10, I guess. And then I just want to see how it looks. Yeah, it's gonna match like how the wall looks. Makes me want to change how this is, I think. I need to make I'm gonna make a copper. I'm gonna make a copper. No more copper? Oh, am I smelting copper? Want copper? I want the copper axe. Give me the copper. Pick up the phone. Alright, and then I'm gonna put my broken pickaxe in here, and I'll put my old axe in here. Put this in here, put the void stuff in here. Take this, put this in here. Okay, that's better. This does, though, I will say, this being able to be vertical is very nice, and I have ideas. I think I'd like to make the walls out of this, I think. I wonder if you can you make doors yet? How to make door? Oh, wait, no, the doors were in the building menu, I think. Might make a darker door, though. To accent the wood. Let's see. I have a lot of ash wood, so I might make... Oh, look at you. Oh, what's this? A candelabra. What in the actual fuck knuckles was that? Ooh. Aubergine! It's an eggplant. Okay. What the fuck is a stone to rock maze? Yo! I'm gonna go fight something. Linstein? Linstein? Hello, welcome on in. I'm gonna go beat something up with this fucking club I got. Hey, you pixels. What the fuck is that? Is that a mole? Fuck. Ow. I beat it the fuck up, though. Why do crabs keep spawning? How's it going? It's going pretty good, other than these fucking crabs that'll spawn behind me. Leave me alone. Oh, 3 hits. Not fucking bad. Oh, I got my ultimate that I'll use on this fucking little grub. Oh! I am unstoppable. I am a beast. I am a beast which they have foretold about in the legends. It is very, like... I don't know, it's like, kind of... I don't know. Foggy, I guess? I think is the word I'm thinking about. How's Hightail? It's pretty good. I ain't mad at it. 2, 3, 4. I think... Oh, I guess we could just do 3. I like it. I feel I would like to say that objectively at the end of the day it's different than Minecraft. It looks like Minecraft, but at the end of the day it is not Minecraft. 1, 2. Alright, 1, no. Have the recycle mans now? Oh, you have the salvaging table. Got myself the supporter edition. Very nice. Yeah, I was thinking about getting that one, but I wanted to try it first before. You got like time, so you gotta get it. So I was like, I will try it first to make sure I like it. We got the scrappy table. Where's the scrappy bappy table? Where's oh here it is. Okay. Okay, I have this stuff on me, actually. Scrappy vappy table. Oh, look, it gives us point fire. Plus, if you want to upgrade, you gotta do... You don't gotta... Yeah, which is really nice. I'm glad that you were able to upgrade, because I was worried that, like, once you bought it, like, that is the one that you were set for, so... I'm glad that you can get a different one. Pine cone. Aubergine. I love a good aubergine. And put some carrots in here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I want to keep all my weapons. I want to keep this guy. I'm gonna say this can go in here, this can go in here. I'll put this tan leather in here. This leather. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. There you go. Currently, I'm rocking the scavenger set. That's very cool. I just did this normal outfit. That's like my vtuber outfit. This is very cute. There we go. Time to make home. Why do I make windows? I don't really look at how you make windows yet. Or doors. I actually should make some doors too. 2, 3. Has a cat ears as a hairstyle. That is fair. That's fair. I didn't think about that. 1, 2. I think my only problem is you'd still have... Does it cover the normal human ears? So I have this whole thing about like how like if you got cat ears, you can't also have human ears. Unless like you're that type of person, but like I don't have human ears. So either I have human ears or I have cat ears. They ain't both. Can I make more seeds? No, but they are buried under the side hair. Okay, well that's good. Why can't I craft birch? Why can't I craft the birch? Workbench tier 3. Oh, I need more lettuce. I found a grass spreading mod. Damn, that's crazy. Let's fucking go. I have more lettuce. I have 5 lettuce now. Oh, I can upgrade. I need wood. Wait, I need what? Bayan, beech, and aspen? Oh, you son of a bitch. You put earring on, you'll def see them, but no earring, you're good. Oh, hey, what's up? Ooh, wheat seeds, thank you. You go cut down a tree. I remembered another fun fact. Well, hello. Hello. Good morning. How's the multiplayer? Pretty good. I mean, we're all kind of doing our own thing, but I don't think it's... I think it's pretty good. The origins of the portobello mushroom? I do not. What kind of tree is this? This is an ash log. Fuck. I do like that the tree goes down into the ground a little bit. I think that's nice. It's a nice touch. Dirt. Gotta fill the hole. I see people getting pissed off at each other about the holes, though. So wait, is this a full-grown beech? Oak. What? What? I'm confused. Oh, this guy's pretty. Wait, so can I upgrade it now? Softwood trees. Oak. Fucking banyan, beech, or aspen trees. So fun fact, it's not even slightly Italian. It was discovered by a Pennsylvanian farmer, and in order to market it, he gave it an Italian name to make it sound all fancy. Not surprised, that makes sense. I do hope they improve the world sharing to not include the IP address. That's fair. I mean, aren't there ways to hide your own IP address? I feel like that could be an inverse. Portobello itself means beautiful port, but I believe Pennsylvania is a landlocked state. I don't know. Pennsylvania. I mean, not really. I mean, like, there's a lake, but... Well, the world share code includes your IP address, apparently. Oh. I didn't know that. Why can't I go back in the game? Cute. Need soft wood. Is that a piggy? Are you a piggy? Are you a piggy? Fuck off. Ow. Yeah, that's what I thought, asshole. You wanna look at the piggy? Oh, piggy! The piggy's kinda cute. I guess it's a large lake. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, so when you go to your world setting to allow other players... Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, everyone that's playing right now lives in my house. So, I guess that makes sense why it wouldn't be so bad. Yeah, same hit speed, asshole. I need wood. Do you know where I can get some wood? I don't know where I get aspen from. Little chairs and a campfire. I want these things. Give me. Bacon! Hello, Big Fredo. How's it going? Yeah, I made bacon today. It was really good. Oh my god, this takes forever to take. Low-key kind of regret. I could come back for these. The ladders in this are cool. Quite like the ladders. What is this stuff? Oak, probably? I don't want to go up this. I just wanted a tree. I just want a tree. What tree haven't I cut down yet? What is this? What are you? I don't know what that is. I presume this is oak. Ash. God damn it. Assuming that's also ash. What about this guy? Are you also ash? You are also ash. I heard another piggy. Need some ash band. Oh, that's a beholder thingy. Oh no, doing precisely average so far. Thanks for asking. Just taking a short break at work. Work's going well. Thank you for stopping on in. I've missed you. Happy to see you around. This is why I don't stray away from home, because I end up being out at night and then I get scared and then I'll die. There are scary noises happening behind me and I want to go home. I would like to go home now. I just need a tree. I need a softwood tree. So that's birch. That's... It said beech, right? And I planted beech. So far, anything set it apart? The only thing that's like Minecraft, in my opinion, is that it looks like Minecraft. So far, this just feels and plays like an RPG game, which I quite enjoy personally. I might use the oak. Ash, maybe? Not sure. Ash? Ash makes a dark wood. Ash and oak make same. Hardwood? Light wood. Oh! Wait, but I grew beech trees, didn't I? Beech sapling. Yield softwood. Stages 5, days 2. I don't know how long this has been growing for. Is it done yet? Hello, Mr. Mouse. I don't think that one was done yet. Maybe not enough space between trees. Maybe. Maybe. Hold on, let me break the one in the middle then. That's a good point. It could be that way. There we go. Now they have more room. Grow! Grow my trees. I wonder where I can get some softwood though. If I can get some. Tier 3, tier 4. Really? Tier 3? Tier 4? Man, damn. Okay, well, at the very least, we can plant some. Let's plant some more stuff. Hit some. Make one more of these. This water is still fucked up. That makes me so mad. Big difference. Water physics, very different. How windows are made. How are windows made? Simple wooden window. Simple wooden wardrobe. Do I have enough wood for both? Nope. I gotta use the ash wood for it though. Will this do anything? It doesn't do anything? I just made it? Okay. Well, I guess I just made it. Window. Do I want that window or do I want I want this window? Wait, this is a crude window though. Hold on a second. That one's a crude window. Hardwood makes a simple wooden window. Huh? Boop. Make some doors. Simple wooden door. I think, okay, that's very interesting. So the like light woods make crude stuff, whereas like hardwood makes like simple stuff, which I find interesting. Oh, that's nice though. That's a little annoying, but the fact that it opens is nice. Symmetry house. Kind of. I'm gonna make it an L shape soon. I just trying it out really. Fucking out of here. I thought you did something, but you don't do anything. I thought the wardrobe would have done something, but I don't do anything. I don't do anything. It just looks nice. What? Okay. It looks like it should be storage. Storage or like being able to change cosmetics would be nice, considering that you have a limited amount of cosmetics. There you go, Momo. I like this one. I really want to create more saplings for these because it kind of sucks to just like grab them and then they just are gone. More ashwood though. Boop, boop. See if we can make more windows. And more windows. Oops. Windows. Yeah, this will be nice. Ooh, large ancient chest. Wow. Look at my plants. They be growing. I don't think this one's growing. Maybe it's growing now. What else did I grab? Oh, can we put the crude window in here? Can I put this in here? Will it salvage it? No. Okay, well, I know why trash cans exist now. I'm more racist. That's fair. I did see, like, someone on TikTok play as, like, a different race. But I'm presuming that that's because, that's because of mods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that the same? It is. I'll be a skeleton. That makes sense. Gotta get the Origins mod guy on it. A-Pace. Gotta get him on it. And then you can be any race you wanna be. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, shit. This would be ridiculous, but can I do this? was hoping that I could equip the candelabra. Read me a story. Is it time to read your story? Have you proofread your story? Oops. That's fine. This is kind of a wide house. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. They know to say where you may go. 2, 3, 1. 2-minute reader, so okay. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna place these. And then we'll end this. We shall end the stream with the story. I think that would be nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I guess we can keep this. Gotta. I don't think that's the worst. Okie dokie. Alrighty. That's we Kiwi Sorry. Last moments PDF. Downloads. My headset's dying. Switch out the headset battery. Prompt. In your last moments, you understand your father's weird saying. Oh. Ooh. Okay, hold on. My headset's dying and I have to use the wrong... Okay. I need my arm, please, babe. Finish what I wanted to do today, but I got a full story planned for tomorrow? Fuck yeah. Gotta switch out my batteries. Alright. Are we ready? I'll turn the music down a little bit. Where's my Spotify? There it is. Okay. Damp muck crawled into the fibers on the back of her shirt as Melody's labored breaths disappeared among the trees. 15 years. She has spent the better part of the past 15 years breaking her back for the guild. Too many miles away from home, away for far too long. Her childhood crush, married with kids, what did all get her? Restless nights in a harsh environment that she had to pick up extra commissions for, and now her back is probably actually broken with spirits. Know what beast lurking around. Well, with spirits knows what beast lurking around. The sharp pain of a rock or branch dug into the middle of her back while she tried to shift her weight, her lungs swelling from the gasp. Even if her back isn't broken, at least 3 ribs are. Silent tears trace the faint lines forming from lost years before pointlessly watering the pale moon scattered from her fall. They'd wither away in less than a day, now that they've been plucked. It didn't matter how much she suffered from the pain or her financial losses. Her wasted years came with experience that told her she couldn't afford to let the forest know she was easy prey. Melody clenched her fist in a desperate attempt to keep her thoughts in any semblance of order. A possible concussion was probably the worst news her strained senses could give her. Sure, the damage she took... Linistim, thank you for the follow. Sure, the damage she took and the money she'd sunk into her job weren't great, but a head injury would expose her to avoidable situations that not even a novice would put herself through. Faint buzzing captured her attention like a symphonic lullaby, pulling her soul from her body, the low hum growing louder until something fuzzy brunched against her cheek and leaving behind a warm wetness with the unmistakable scent of copper. An emperor bee, splattered with blood, hovered around her face in a complex 3-dimensional dance that in any other circumstance would be beautiful. Straining her neck with everything she could muster, she landed on the site of the pale moon's crystalline petals and stained a diluted red in a puddle of deeper crimson. Of course, she muttered. After everything, this is how it ends. Melody let her tensions melt away and relax into whatever was stabbing into her back. The dull pain replaced her survival skills as the only thing keeping her alert enough to enjoy the Emperor Bee's dance. The vision of a young girl exploring the forest with her father before he got sick flashed through her mind. As subtle as a bee, she chuckled while enjoying her personal show, occasionally repeating her father's words in an attempt to hold on long enough for the finale. As subtle as a bee. As subtle as a... A dim light filled her eyes as she broke into a manic laughter and chanting the last two words. Her lips froze together in preparation for the next B. The light finally gone. I like that. That was very good. I like how the moments, the Kiwi's descriptors are always really good. I think that like I wish I could know more about Melody and what brought her to such a horrendous. I understand the prompt is in your last moment, but I wish I knew a little bit more about Melody. I wish to know more about the Melody. A very good story, Kiwi. I liked it a lot. Sorry my brain's a little cooked. I'm sorry that my brain's a little cooked today, but regardless, it was a really good story, and I think this is where we shall close out for the night. Given that I can change my stuff back to my main computer really quick. And that we can find someone to raid. Thank you for the head pats. But I hope you guys, that's the plan for my short stories. I can gauge interest and work. Yeah, I think that's really good. I like it. Yeah, I think you should flesh that one out a little more because I like that one a lot. Alright, who are we gonna go raid? Kiwi's doing stuff. Who else is doing stuff? We want to raid somebody different. Booby Queen is playing Hightail. We're also playing Hightail. Oh, and her model is really cute. So maybe we go raid them? I think that's fun. Let's do that. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you had a wonderful time as I did. Here is the raid. They're playing Hightail. So I hope you have fun watching them. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I'm gonna go rest up, get some food in me, get some rest in me. Play Hightail for a little bit, see how I feel about it. But I love you guys very much and had a lot of fun today. We might play some more Hightail tomorrow. We'll see how work lines up. Thank you for the boop. Here is the raid message that I'm typing out one letter at a time. Oh, that's not how you spell raid message. Raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you're coming from. Have a good night, you goober. Have a good night, you goobers. Have a good night. Have fun over there. I love you very, very much. Goodbye.